work, we have been able to highlight African women who are doing a lot of work on this, and we've highlighted some of the challenges they experience as they continue. And some of this, of course, patriarchy continues to be deeply entrenched, even in technology, where we thought vices like patriarchy are not present. So just to really capital is that policy is really excited to host this event, because we know it will open up doors for some of us to continue engaging with our governments better, to highlight the challenges and solutions to address gender data. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. Building more resilient and strong societies. I love that. That's a beautiful thing about DataFest Africa, is that it's not exclusive to just tech companies or people in the data space. It actually brings in a whole universe of different professions, from media, from the civil societies. So feel very welcome as we continue to go through with this session. Just as a reminder, if you're on your social media right now, no judgment. You could just type in the hashtag DFA23. Those are the hashtags we have for today. DataFest Nairobi and DataFest Africa. Those are the hashtags that you can use on your social media. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Gitonga Mbijiwe. That is the Interim Associate Vice Provost and Academic Administration at Aga Khan University, Kenya, to give us his address. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing? Hope you had some wonderful breakfast. There's a great spread out there, and nothing is as wonderful as a good, warm, hearty breakfast to get you going. I believe today you'll be engaging in a lot of brain power, and I'm sure you may know that more than 20% of your energy is used in thought and in your brain. So you need the food. Enjoy it. Welcome once again, everybody, to the Aga Khan University. DataFest, a very interesting event. And thank you very much for the invitation, Farhana and team. And as I was pondering it, I thought, why don't we start with some data, some numbers. Today, because data has to be specific, right? Yes. At 7:30, I happened to have a look at the Worldometer. I like to look at some of those numbers. The population of the Earth, 8.04 billion. Today, at that same time, 94.4 billion emails had been sent, just today, right? Google searches, 3.125 billion. 145 million newspapers circulated. At the same time, we're generating about 19.2 billion tons of CO2. And at this time in the world, we have 871 malnourished people in the world. If we look at energy, we have about 40 years before the end of oil and 155 years to the end of natural gas. Kenya's population, 57 million. Median age, 20.1 years. 28% of our population lives in urban areas, and this is growing. Our population expected in 2030 to be 66.5 million people. What does that mean to us? As educators, data is important for us to decide where we're going. What are we teaching? What do we invest in? What do we look in? We use it for decision making. At Aga Khan, data, through Farhana and her team, have made this a central point of how we look at what we do, where we make our decisions as an educating institution, as a healthcare facility. Where are our resources going? What is the impact of what we do? And I say impact specifically because there are 4 pillars the Aga Khan University stands on: impact, quality, relevance, and access. And there is no way we can assess any of those without having data to guide us in that direction. So for us, having you here is a wonderful opportunity to find out what else can we learn about data. What are the inequalities presented in data? You have talked about gender. That is the focus of this event, if I am not wrong. But what other inequalities exist on our continent in terms of how the data is used to look at us as a continent and value us as a people and the resources that we have, both in human capital and natural resources? Deloitte tells us that data is the new currency. We've heard that term, have we not? Yes, we hear that. They define currency, or this, as currency is how we exchange and create economic value across geographies and across time. So we realize the importance of data transcends just making decisions, but go beyond the different geographical spaces that we are, and time. It's a very interesting definition. And therein is the value of it, to understand it. So you, those who are data specialists and who mine it and make sense of it, we, those who look at it, have to be able to reach a place where we can use those to make the right decisions to move us as a people, us as genders, us as a continent forward. And hopefully this is what part of DataFest will all about as we explore this space and look at the opportunities therein. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, was how I figured or looked at what is DataFest to us as an educational institution. Why is it important to us as an institution? So Farhana and team, thank you for bringing it here. All of you, you're most welcome at the Aga Khan universities. Feel free to walk around during some times when the numbers get too much and you want to have a good view. Go up to the 7th floor, 8th floor, and have a look at our city. Apart from that, once again, enjoy the day.
Thank you so much, Gitonga. I'd like us to move on to the next order of business, and I'd like to invite Nima Ayer, the founder of Policy, to come and give us her address and just give us her remarks for the session. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
All right, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, despite everything. We don't take that for granted. Thank you everyone who came here early, who's joining us. We're really excited to have our first DataFest here in Kenya. Thank you so much to the Aga Khan University for hosting us. This is just such a beautiful space. Like, honestly, like, make your way up. It's just such a beautiful view. All the spaces are beautiful. So thank you so much for your generosity for having us here. Yeah, so this is our first DataFest in Nairobi. We're excited about it. We're excited about everyone who's in the room. And we're really looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have over the next 2 days. So I wanted to kick us off with a talk about gender data, because of course that's part of our theme for this year's DataFest. So we might need a technical support for the presentation. Okay, I'd have to go to Zoom and then present it. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're all set. Oh, too short for this. Okay. All right, so I'm going to talk today about what gender data has to do with our future. And I think oftentimes we talk about the future, but it feels very much like the future is now. And just with the way that time is going, it feels that, yeah, now is the future, like literally right now. So Let me start with a few questions, some basic questions. How many of you in the past month have had to indicate your gender on any kind of form that you filled out? Right? Almost weekly, you somehow have to tell someone what your gender is. Okay, let me ask, in the past month, how many of you have knowingly used an AI tool? Okay, let me ask, in the past month, how many of you have used ChatGPT? Right, okay, we're all using it, right? It's become common knowledge. Okay, but I wanted to talk more about what does gender data have to do with any of that, right? That's what we're talking about today. And I wanted to first start out with gender data gaps. So you might ask, what is the difference between sex disaggregated data and gender data? And we are going to get to that in the panel. But let me first talk about the gaps that we're seeing. So Data2X did a study on 15 African countries, looking at somewhere close to 150 data indicators across these 6 categories. So health, economic opportunities, environment, political participation, education, and human security. And they found out that only for about a third of these indicators was there any sex disaggregated data. So for most of them at a national level, there was no disaggregation. And one reason for that is that a lot of data collected across Africa is done at a household level. So when data is collected at a household level, you don't really know the nuances of what's going on in that family. Which doesn't that feel weird, because we're always indicating our gender on all these forms, and yet when it comes to getting that data back or having it for analysis, it's not available to do anything with it. So I wanted to talk to you about why that is actually a problem. So yeah, what is the implication? Why does it matter, right? Why are we here? Why are we here to talk about gender data? Is it really important? Is it a fad? Is it a nice to have, or is it a good to have? So let's just go through it a little bit. And before I get started, let me just talk briefly about the different types of biases in a lot of the tools that we're using these days. Much of the tools we're using are based on artificial intelligence, which is more or less complicated math, right? When you really look at it, it's just math. And so I wanted to highlight 3 types of bias that you will see commonly in these kinds of platforms. And the first is algorithmic. So this is when there's just something wrong with the math. Like something is fundamentally wrong in the equations or in the way that these, the equations are set up so that they continue to produce errors because of the math. The second one is when there's something wrong with the data that they have. So there's something wrong with the sample itself. It could be that there's not enough data. And that is something you see oftentimes in Africa, in that AI needs huge amounts of data. And when I think about where would I get huge amounts of data in Africa, I can only really think of telcos. Like, they have huge amounts of data, but who else? And so when we talk about AI in Africa, the question is always like, with what data? With who? Like, how? Because oftentimes telcos are not going to share that data with you anyway. Or if there's something that is wrong with the data because you had a poor methodology, or that you have taken your sample size in a strange way. So if you only went and spoke to men, and your data was only men, and then you put that into the AI system, it's just going to give you wonky results, right? And then the third one is prejudice bias, which is bias that is introduced because of how we have been conditioned as human beings. So maybe someone's bias could be, this is like a real world example where in the US, for example, they think that black people feel less pain. And this is in their medical books and things like that. And so that is coded into their data, that you need to give certain treatments because black people feel less pain. That's obviously not true, it's incorrect, and it is a prejudice that just came out of probably some racist ideologies, and that is now baked into the data and is going to continue to give you wrong results. Okay, I wanted to start out with a funny example. So over the past, so you guys know the Barbie movie is coming out, right? Are you guys excited? No? So someone at BuzzFeed thought it would be a good idea to use Midjourney to create what all the Barbies would look like from different countries of the world, which that's no small task. That's actually a lot of work. So, you know, Anna, I think she was trying to do something cute and funny. But then when it came to producing the Barbie of South Sudan, she suddenly has a gun. And yeah, but then everyone was like, yeah, but that's, what South Sudan is about. Like, people have, they're always warring, so they have guns, so like, what's the problem? But that's insane. That's insane that when the AI system thinks about South Sudan, it thinks that they should just have guns next to them. And so there was a lot of backlash, and they went and fixed it, and this is the new South Sudan Bobby. So this is not a super harmful, like, yes, it's a harmful narrative for sure, right? That Africans are violent, and like, even when we're modeling, we have to hold guns, like that. It's crazy, but it's not causing like a very physical harm. It is a harmful narrative, but I wanted to get into the actual harms of what happens when we don't really fully understand bias and we don't do things about it. So let's look again at the same categories that Data 2X classified different data indicators. So let's start with health. So did you know that men and women experience heart attacks in very different ways? So even when I went to look for this picture, by the way, like, it was all men. Like, I really had to scroll down to find someone who looks like a woman having a heart attack. And so men have the, when you think of a heart attack, okay, what do you think are the symptoms of a heart attack? Sorry? Running out of breath, okay. Chest pain, common one. Anything else? Pain in the left arm. Anything else? Heart attack symptoms. Okay, in women, a heart attack looks like indigestion. Yeah. Like, if you have indigestion, that is actually a sign of a heart attack in a woman. Or you could have pain on your jaw. And so oftentimes women either will think it's nothing serious, like, who doesn't have indigestion all the time, or they will either downplay their own symptoms, or they will go to a doctor and the doctor will downplay their symptoms. So many young women are dying of heart attacks because when they go to seek medical care, they don't receive the care. And so the mortality rate is quite high for heart attacks in women. So this is what happens when you don't have gender data. You don't have enough data telling you that women have fundamentally different symptoms and experiences, and that leads to more death among young people. That's one example of and I also gave you the example of the pain indicator. There's also more data showing that doctors think that women feel less pain, like in general. So for example, when women go to get IUDs, it's not given under anesthetic because medical practice says it's not that painful. But I think if you ask most women who have an IUD, it's an intensely painful process. So gender data. Did someone say something? No, okay. The next one is in employment. This has a lot of data actually showing that there is a lot of bias in hiring. There was a study that showed that when you remove the name of a candidate, the hiring of women goes from something like 10% to 30%. So when the people who are reviewing applications don't know that the person is a woman, they are more likely to hire them, for example. Or there are certain systems that don't even show job ads to women. This happened on Facebook where men were receiving job ads and women's profiles were not receiving job ads because they felt that just because the algorithm was messed up. So here's another real world example that shows how you can, suffer poorer economic opportunities just because the data is skewed towards men, for example. In climate change, this is interesting because of the indicators that I talked about, there are no sex disaggregated indicators for climate change in Africa at all when it was studied in 2019. And we know that women disproportionately are affected by climate change. Like when you see people collecting water, it's almost always women, and they have to walk really far distances. But when we're having climate dialogues, we're often not thinking about how this experience differs from men to women when climate change is an issue. Okay, this is looking at political election. So this is something that I noticed while looking at online platforms where I felt like when women politicians receive harassment, it feels less policed than when men receive it online. Like I remember following AOC in the US, and just like every time I would see the comments she would get, like it would really like trigger me, like it was really hurtful, but they would just be up there. But then I would notice that when this would happen to her male colleagues, that oftentimes there would be a response to it, or people would call other people out for, harassing and things like that. But you see it multiple times even in how campaigns are set up. how women are disproportionately affected by the way social media platforms are set up. Okay, in education, for example, only in the space of AI, something like only 1 in 5 women is involved in building AI tools. I actually think that's that is a high number, because 1 in 5 would be something like 20%. It's probably closer to 10%. So probably 1 or 0.5 women are out of 10 are involved in making AI systems at all. So basically our opinion, our ideas, our experiences are completely excluded from these new systems that are being built. And then the last indicator was actually human security. And this is a big one because in conflict, we know that women are very, very affected for multiple reasons. There's a lot of sexual violence. In the displacement camps, there's a lot of exploitation. Then that affects your economic opportunities. You're more likely to suffer poorer outcomes even on the long term. So again, this is another space where there's very, very poor collection of gender data to understand. So for example, do these displacement caps take into account like the need for reproductive health or the need for hygiene products for women when they're going to conflict zones? So if you don't have that gender data, you cannot appropriately, resource that. And so yes, there are gaps. What are we going to do about it? I think that's a big reason why we are here. And I'm also really happy to know that my colleague, Farhana, is going to lead, and she's going to talk about what are we going to do about these gaps in gender data. It's not enough for us to sit back. It's not enough for us to wait for other people to come and collect our data, because when other people do it, their biases continue to be encoded in that data. And the thing is, if we don't write our own stories, other people will write our stories for us. If we don't build our own technology, other people will be the end user for technology, right? Other people will be the people who are designed for. And we need to think about what do we want to design? What do we want our future and our data to look like that represents us? So a lot of tech today is very capitalist, for example, right? Like anything nowadays is moving towards, you got to pay for platforms, you have to pay to just exist, right? To just breathe each day, you got to pay. What are alternate models to that? How do we create community? How do we create joy using these tools rather than using them for, what other reasons are there that don't bring joy and community and all these other things to our lives? So I think it's important for us to really think about how this gender data is going to influence how we build things in the future, how we want our tech to look like. So I really hope this sets the tone for this entire meeting, and that we can really think and talk about gender data, and we can really take action. So I know this is a conference and we're really here to talk, but it would be really, really amazing for us to leave this room today and tomorrow with some really actionable plans of how are we going to take this forward? How are we going to sustainably collect gender data? How are we going to make sure that gender mainstreaming is not a box you tick for funders, that, you did it and you've moved on. Like, it's something that really matters to us and that we really have to take forward. So that's my presentation. I hope it's inspired you, and I open the floor for some questions. Thank you so much. Questions? I'll give you a minute to digest. Yes.
All right. Now, then I don't have to use the high-pitched sound now. Thank you so much for that exposition. That's really excellent and speaks to the importance of the theme of this DataFest. I just wanted to add that increasingly it's important to note that I think people are taking notice. Even the people you would call the traditional producers of data, they consider gender now as very important. When you look at most of the national statistics offices, you could talk about KNBS here in Uganda, or the Uganda Bureau of Statistics in Uganda and the others. They at least are trying to make sure that they include modules specifically on gender, even in general survey tools. I think that's a positive point to note. And UN Women has really been working very hard to promote this. They have, for example, supported the hiring of gender statistics officers in some NSOs. There is a whole unit, for example, in Uganda, in the Bureau of Statistics on gender statistics. And are saying in the past, there was this but just to say that it's encouraging to see that increasingly this is changing.
That's lovely to hear. Thank you so much. We have a question here.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Nelly Madegwa. I'm a data journalist. So I just wanted to ask, and I love that you brought out the issue about heart attacks in men and women, and that was really good. So I think the issue of lack of data when it comes to health issues affecting women and how it goes to our pain being understated and even research and medicine towards that. I mean, I think about cramps and how it's been minimized and how it's very hectic, but then people think it's normal pain. But then it's been noted. It's been something that I've read about, I think, for the last probably 5 years. But then there's very little research being made towards that, so that when you go to a specific shop, like a pharmacy, when you ask for cramp, there's actually like specific medicine for actually like cramps, something like that. So like now that it's been talked about, people have published articles and all that. Now, what would you think will be like the next sort of push to actually now get action towards that?
It's such a good question. I could talk about women's health data for ages. So just to build on what you said, for example, during COVID, I have experienced, and I know a number of women experienced some pretty difficult side effects from the vaccine related to like reproductive health. And yeah, it felt like, yes, I was very for the vaccine, but at the same time it's like, okay, but can you give us more information about what is actually happening? And then at the time they had like, some university received some funding to do research on what was going on. I don't know where that has gone, because I have, like almost every other month, I look for like what was the final outcome on that research. And also, when I looked at the money, it would have been, I don't remember the numbers, but it was something like 5 million, which is not a lot of money. It's nothing. 5 million is nothing to do a global research survey on menstruation in women related to the vaccine. And the other thing that makes me really mad related to it is that if you see how much money goes into researching male baldness, you will lose your mind. You will lose your mind. How much funding goes into this industry? And then when it comes to women's health, it's like, oh, here's a few million. And it is so under-researched in every category. It's so under-researched. People are very comfortable with the answer of we just don't know. And it'll be something that affects like hundreds of millions of women all over. So I think there's still a problem of like a commitment to finding the answers. I think we're not giving a strong enough voice of like, we need these answers, like you just telling us that's just the way things are, that no, it's not enough. Like, we need better answers. And yes, I actually have a lot of anger related to that issue, and I feel like we definitely need to know better and we need to do better. And I think Farhana is going to come with some really inspiring examples, and I hope she'll be able to answer your question. And I'm actually really looking forward to also listening to it. Other questions? I might not be so ragey on other topics. Yes, please. I can hear you fine.
Yes, it was a very interesting presentation. So I was just wondering, as you do your work, whether there's been, whether you've come across anything related to policy or policymakers, because I think without the input of policymakers, it's very, very difficult to get anything done with regards to AI and data when it comes to women, because I think the way data is being looked at the moment, or data collection, or particularly with regards to AI, it's being seen as if AI is neutral, when we know that generally technology is never neutral. So for women's health, or indeed anything to do with women in the realm of technologies and indeed AI, one needs to have input of policymakers. So I'm just wondering if there's something that you have come across, or are you working with policymakers to ensure that your work is heard and indeed women's issues are brought to the table?
Yeah, I would say this forum is one of those places where we're trying to do the work. I think it's going to take a lot of, we're going back to talking. It's going to take a lot of talking and advocating for ourselves, because no one else is going to do it for us, right? And for example, we have a project called Vote Women, which is about building digital resilience. And one thing that I fear is that with policymakers, this is my personal feeling. I feel like when they don't fully understand a technology, they're more likely to ban it or restrict it or stop it in some form, because there's a lot of fear-mongering as well. So I think there's also this balance between like techno-optimism and techno-pessimism. But if lawmakers are not aware of the issues, then yeah, it's very problematic, because either they won't push for it, or they'll push for laws that are more dangerous. So tech is absolutely not neutral. It's just a tool. It's not neutral. And it's the way you use it. And a lot of the times tech is being used, like marginalized people do suffer at the hands of tech. Like we're seeing it all the time. And like the examples in the US where like AI is being used to either decide if people are going to recommit crimes, or to decide and those people are just, they can't advocate for themselves. They're the most marginalized people, and it feels like the people fighting for their rights are a very small group. Like to cut through the noise of AI hype is so difficult, and to show that, you know, some people are working on it, but it's probably 95 to 5 that we're fighting for. So I think it's having these discussions and bringing lawmakers to the table. But we do have a lot of projects that are trying to have these conversations with lawmakers, where we're approaching it from, let's have a dialogue and let's work on it together. Yeah.
It's not an issue of, oh, sorry. I don't think it's an issue of them not understanding how the technology impacts women. I think it's an issue of, you know, it's the same old situation, you know, it's women's issues. So, you know, they're going to be put in the back burner. We have far more important things to do. But really, if there were to be, and also I think one of the issues is that there aren't a lot of women policymakers sitting at the table. So really, for me, it's never really a question of policymakers not really understanding women's issues, but I think it's an interest. It's, you know, trying to get into the women's spaces that they ought to be getting into, but because there is always a lack of interest, I think, in women's issues, that is the major problem. But I think it's high time that they woke up to the realities of women's issues, particularly when it comes to technologies.
Yeah. Very well said. Thank you so much. All right, I'll take one more question, if there's one more.
Thank you for the quality of your presentation. I would like to know what do you, in your organizations, do in order to promote the gender equity, because you have already mentioned bias related to those gender issue problems. What do you do to address this problem of gender equity in your organization with policymakers?
Yeah, sure. So we do a ton of research where we talk to many different groups of people. So we do a lot of research with women, with persons with disabilities, with other marginalized groups, and we try to understand what are their challenges, and then taking those challenges and solutions to policymakers, to tech companies, to other civil society. So we really believe that you need to bring all these players to the table to make any difference. So we have a lot of engagements, for example, with Facebook. We're trying to engage with like other tech companies that are quite popular across Africa to really put to the forefront what are the major issues that are affecting us. Do they listen? Questionable, right? But we still feel like it's our duty to speak for ourselves and say these are the issues that we're facing. So you'll hear it many times where with disinformation on online platforms, like African languages are underserved, there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and we continue to like relay that information. But oftentimes, because many African countries are they're not the big dollar sign for many companies, we're not a high priority. And then when you look at women, women are an even smaller dollar sign, so they're like even further deprioritized. But that's mainly what we do. We're trying to bring all these different players together through these kinds of convenings to talk about these issues and to hope that they can make more inclusive design, basically. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the day.
As we set up the next presentation, feel free, if you'd love to just grab a glass of water or anything outside, feel free. The water dispenser is right outside. There's some glasses provided, and just grab a refreshment. All right. Thank you so much, Nima. If we don't speak up for ourselves, then nobody else will. I think that was a fantastic sentiment. I would like us to move on to the next speaker of the day. That is Farhana Alarakia, who is the Chief Data Innovation Officer at Aga Khan University, who's going to speak to us about unmasking data, revealing the hidden bias within. Sounds very mysterious. Looking forward to that one. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So first of all, good morning, and it is our pleasure at the Aga Khan University to welcome you to DataFest Africa 2023. Thank you very much. We know it was a bit trepidatious to get in this morning, so we really appreciate all of you making your way out here to discuss what I think is a very, very important topic. As Gitonga said, right, we're living in a world where we have data everywhere. Let me just make sure. As always, there's always technical issues, even though we live in a world encompassed by data. Can I just use this? No. There we go. Just the button. Perfect. So our world is getting more digital, right? How many of you used some kind of technology app this morning before you got here? How many of you used more than 5 pieces of technology before you got here? Oh, there was like a little question. Maybe it was 5, maybe it was 4, I don't know. The common denominator there is our world is getting more digital. And as our world gets more digital, you are creating more data. Gitonga went through a slew of statistics and data this morning, and that was just of, what, 7 a.m. this morning? All of that data was generated. There's nothing wrong with digital technologies. They're improving our lives. And as you have more and more digital data produced, what you now have is the growing of automation, right? You have automation that is growing at a very rapid pace. You have automation that uses algorithms like Nima talked about. You have automation that is using artificial intelligence to automate decision making. And the challenge with this is that for 49.75% of the world's population, 50.2% of Africa's population, this is an issue. This is a huge issue. Why do I say that? You've heard many people already talk today. We live in a patriarchal society. Regardless of the technology, we live in a patriarchal society. How many of the questions focused on there's not a lot of importance placed on women's issues? In real life, not the technical virtual life, we live in a patriarchal society. Let's take women in Africa, for example. Land inheritance for women in Africa, you know what? It's not a given. I'd like to introduce you to Rachel Korir. Rachel Korir, woman in Kenya, fought to get access to 1 acre of her parents' 42-acre land for 40 years. 40 years. Her story started out in the 1970s, where she was looking to farm 1 acre of land so she could feed her children. Not to make money, so she could feed her children. And her father and her 2 brothers said, In 1999, they were like, listen, you need to even get off this land because now you're married. So Rachel, unbeknownst, took a stand. She got her 5 sisters and she took the case to court. Can you imagine? This is a woman, right, taking a case to court, going against societal norms, going against tribal norms. And on July 24th, 2017, a landmark decision was given. The judge allocated Rachel and her 5 sisters 5 acres of land each. Not 5 acres amongst all 6 of them, 5 acres of land each. Congratulations is all I have to say. You know what? Good for her. Women dominate agriculture in Africa, yet the Kenya Land Alliance shows that in terms of title deeds, 10.3% belong to women, and of that land, less than 2% belong to women. Now, what I walked you through was this example in real life. And I'd like you to go to a Swahili to English translator and type in Swahili, she is a doctor, he is a nurse. And let's see what the English translation is. The English translation is, she is a nurse, he is a doctor. Wow is exactly it. I was actually having breakfast with Google yesterday and they're like, no way. I'm like, type it in, check it out. Right? So the issue, like Nima was talking about, are these algorithms. These algorithms have code, and code is a set of instructions. The algorithm itself is not biased, but they are built by humans that have an unconscious bias. And more often than not, the data that these algorithms train on do not have representation from women. And so what you now have is a small bias can exponentially grow. And as our world gets more digital, the impact will be far outreaching. Let's talk about voice assistants. Have some of you, maybe worked, hey Siri, hey Alexa, and you notice as a female, it doesn't respond that well to your voice. Do you know why? Because voice assistants are trained with male voices. They're trained with male voices. And so therefore, they respond quite favorably to a man. And sometimes for females, oftentimes they ignore them. I'm going to tell you something even worse. Until recently, if you said, hey Siri, you are a BI fill in the next words. The response was, oh my God, I'd blush if I could. How freaking inappropriate is that? That is very inappropriate. And why is this so? So voice assistants are trained on artificial intelligence that are called large language models. You know, think ChatGPT, right? And these large language models use dictionaries. And most of these dictionaries have gender stereotypes. And so what gets propagated are the isms, is what I call it. We've talked a lot about healthcare. Majority of research in healthcare focus on men. We all know that if men had to give birth or experience menstrual cramps every month, there would be different work policies and a heck of a lot different drugs on the market. Right? Can I hear a yay? But seriously, when it comes to female representation for drug research, females are hardly representative. And so then what you have is the issues are often not researched enough or they're overlooked. For women in low middle income country setting, the representation is even less. It is even worse. Here at the Aga Khan University, within our department, the Chief Data Innovation Office, we've actually built a very large health repository of anonymized data. We have taken data out of the electronic medical system across Kenya, so from Mombasa, Kisumu, and Nairobi. And we've built a large health repository comprised of 3 million unique records across 14 years of data. And within that data, what we have discovered is that 56% of women are more likely to report an adverse reaction to a drug. And of that 56%, 59% are more likely to be hospitalized. When it comes to credit, even though women have better credit scores and they are known to save more informally, for every shilling that is given to a man, a woman gets 73 cents. I could literally go on and on and on. The issue is not the technology. It is the data bias in the technology. Let me walk you through a very simple example of how this could work. So say there's an algorithm that is going to be used for decision making, and the algorithm has instructions, code that says, go look at the world's population. So it goes out there, but what if the only data it finds has 90% male data and 10% female data? The algorithm isn't biased, but this is its only perspective. And so therefore, it now is going to amplify the male voice, and it is basically going to make the female voice invisible. We know that the world is comprised of 50.25% male, 49.75% female. So now what if this algorithm was used to hire a new employee? Males would be favored. You use this algorithm for lending. Males would be the lower risk. You use it to make program or policy decisions. The services would favor males. You use it to do a search, a Google search. What you're going to get back is a male perspective. This is the key challenge. And so as we look forward, it becomes really easy to see that this is a big issue. Now you might be saying, Farhana, we've always had this gender bias. We've always had this data bias. But as you can see, the influence of technology on our daily lives is growing exponentially. And so that small bias grows exponentially. In fact, data and tech are the linchpins to deciding whether we're going to have an equal future or a sexist future. So what are we going to do about it? We can sit here and we can talk about it, but we can also talk about key mechanisms to address this issue. So the first step in anything, honestly, acknowledge and address the bias. You need to make sure that everyone, and I think the comments were made, people are getting more clarity that we have an issue. Acknowledge the issue. Ensure that in your data collection process, from start to finish, you have a bias detection mechanism and a mitigation framework. All the way from collection to pre-processing to processing to analysis. I'm going to walk you through a very simple example. Within the Women in News Leadership, there was benchmark studies collected where they wanted to note how many women are in news leadership in low middle income country settings. In that collection between women in editorial positions versus women in business leadership positions, we all know that the rubber hits the road in that business leadership position. That makes the decision. That has the huge impact. So therefore, they pushed to make sure that that distinction was made in the data collection process. And so the results were just published, and they're dismal. They're abso-freaking-lutely dismal, right? So in Kenya, we have 0 in women business leadership, and we have 30% in editorial. Uganda and Tanzania, a bit better. And so yes, the numbers aren't that great, but now we know. We have a true representation and we have a proper benchmark. So therefore, we can now address the issue head on. Step 2, eliminate the black box. Oftentimes, you get people saying, oh, but we don't know how the algorithm works. You need to know how the algorithm works. You need to have explainable AI. Amazon and Apple recently got into a lot of trouble because Amazon had a hiring algorithm that just favored males, and the Apple Card was giving more credit to males. They couldn't explain why it was happening. The black box issue is that either people hide behind, oh, I'm sorry, we can't tell you, that is our intellectual property, or it's so complex, they can't explain it. So it's one or the other. We need to make sure we understand how that algorithm is built. And it needs to be built by diverse teams. It needs to make sure that we have representative data. Yesterday, because we had the issue in terms of the potential protest today, I was going down to the Central Business District, to CBD, at around 4:45. And I was in a car that, beeps when, anybody's near it. It goes, that really annoying sound. And I was sitting there going, the team that built this algorithm had no freaking clue that this car was going to be driving in Nairobi's traffic, because every half a second you would hear this annoying noise. You need to make sure that not only do we have explainable AI, the algorithms are built by people that are representative of where that algorithm is going to be used. Step 3. In order for this to scale, the comment was made earlier, in order for this to scale, we need programs and policies, because it's not going to happen with the onesies and twosies. We need ubiquitous programs and policies to address that bias. We already talked about credit in terms of women getting 73 cents of mobile credit to a man's 1 shilling. There's a recent IMF report where it talks about, even though you have these supply side issues, whether it be algorithms that don't favor women, collateral requirements. From the demand side, this looked at 47 countries in Africa, and what it concluded was that women themselves actually opt out of the credit market. And the reason is they actually don't have the confidence that their application is going to be approved. And this is due to financial literacy. When you are financially literate, you make better financial management decisions. That's a given. You also are better able to objectively assess your credit. Yet, even though potentially female entrepreneurs can enter into that process, they don't, because they don't have that confidence. And so a good example is in Malaysia. About 4 years ago, they introduced the Malaysia Female Entrepreneur Program. And this program provides knowledge and skills around financial management, marketing, technology, and business leadership. And in those 4 years, they've really been able to close that gap when it comes to the credit lending market. So from, in terms of, the various steps, acknowledge and address the bias. Make sure you have explainable AI, and then ensure that we lobby governments and policymakers to make this ubiquitous. So now what I'd like to do is actually take us into the future, not too far into the future, where we're now living in an equitable world. Policy has done a great job in terms of lobbying all the various governments, and we now have a gender cutting lens across all data and tech. What does that world look like? I'd like to take you back to Rachel. So in this new world, not only do Rachel and her sisters have rights to land and they have deeds to their land, this is now a norm. It is a norm. It is a societal norm. And remember the Kenya Land Alliance? We're now starting to see equity not just in the number of deeds, but the amount of land that they're getting. In this new world, there's been programs and policies put into place where women have access to financial literacy programs, and so therefore they can understand and make sound financial decisions. A subsidized smartphone program is a given. So not only does this allow women access to the internet, what we're also able to do now is capture all that data so that they are being represented in that data when it's used for decision making. In this new world, Rachel and her sisters have access to credit. Oh, sorry, it's just my thing here. Rachel and her sisters have access to credit. They have been able to secure a 1 million Kenyan shilling loan, so they're able to increase their productivity on the tea farm. And the reason that they were able to do this is because there's been changes in the credit lending algorithms that now have representative data that understand that for women entrepreneurs, they actually generate 10% more cumulative revenue over 5 years than a man. The credit algorithms now recognize that for every dollar you give a woman startup entrepreneur, she will generate 78 cents versus a man will generate 31. That is now recognizable and codified into those algorithms. In addition to that, banking regulations have changed, and what they will now accept in terms of collateral when you're going to apply for a loan is more movable type of assets like livestock or traditional wealth like gold, which are more common to females. Can you imagine this world? And last but not least, when it comes to tech, we are now living in a world where technology is not gender blind. Not only do we have diverse teams that understand traffic patterns in Kenya and Nairobi, and so therefore codifying algorithms that assume that everything is going to be 2 meters apart don't exist. What are gone are diverse teams that really understand what is available, are diverse teams that really understand the unique needs of females. And so the world and the days of bro tech are gone. Rachel, using her smartphone, is using tech to scale her farming. What she has is she's got 2 apps on her phone. One is called Agrobase and the other one is called Sokuyetu. So within Agrobase, she is collaborating with people all across the world to understand how she can increase her productivity. What type of pesticides should she be using? What type of yield should she be getting? She's using Sokoyetu to connect with vendors in cities for her tea. All of this available. In addition to that, what you have is the way we collect the data. The Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics now recognizes that women are a critical part of the agriculture scene and have shifted their data collection mechanisms, which of course is going to result in more programs, more policies that reward and also provide women with equitable access. I have one more slide. I'll wait for tech support. So, you know, as we're getting the slide up, I'm sure you can see that in this new world, we're eliminating that bias. And it is a new world where we have an equitable future. It is not technology that is the issue. It is the way that technology is coded. It is the way that technology has access to data. That is the key challenge. And so with that, if you can just go to the last slide. Why don't I take a little poll as we're going through tech support here. So how many of you, you know, Nima already asked, you know, where you've had to input your gender, etc. But how many of you today have used some kind of technology prior to coming into this session that you could sense in the background there was some kind of algorithm being used? And how many of you could sense that there was a bias in that algorithm? What was the bias that you sensed, Gitanga? Yep. So what Gitanga said is the videos he was looking at, they were quite biased, right? And so this brings me to my conclusion. We're at a crossroads. We really are at a crossroads. And in some countries, we're actually moving backwards. It is very, very sad to see that we are moving backwards. We have a choice to make. Technology is here to stay. It is not going away. The digitization of many aspects of our life is here to stay. We have a choice to make. I don't know how many of you know this song, but it's a Dua Lipa song. It's called Boys Will Be Boys. And what it acknowledges is that we have these isms in society, but we, as females, we change our behavior and adjust ourselves to these isms. And so what it says is, you know, it's second nature for us to walk home before the sun goes down. And we put keys between our knuckles when there's boys around. We just change our behavior. And isn't it funny? We laugh it off. But it's not funny to grin and bear it, because you know what? Boys are allowed to be boys. but girls need to be women. I personally want the future and the world the way Rachel has it, in her new world, in her new reality. I personally want that for myself. I personally want that for my daughter. And I personally want that for 49.75% of the world's population. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for questions. Probably not. No. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Farhana. That was very, very wonderful. I personally also want that new world where Rachel has all those benefits and everything. And I will be trying that prompt on Siri today, definitely, most definitely. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Al Kaggs, who is the Executive Director at the Open Institute. Please come on here and give us your address. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning. As you heard, my name is Al Kaggs. Please forgive my voice. I don't live in Nairobi and the cold, well, I live in a much warmer climate. I want to tell you about my career as a stalker. I have stalked 5 people in this career. And it all started in a supermarket. How many of you have gone to a supermarket and you are told to give your number to the teller? Yeah? Have you done it? Yeah? So they ask, what is your number, so that then you can pay, or for your points at Naivas, yeah, or a Quick Mart, right at the place where you're paying. Have you done it? Yeah. So I'm standing behind you. What's your name? Yeah, Edita. So I'm standing behind Edita, and Edita gives her number to the person, 0722000000. I, of course, don't know Edita, but now I've got her number. So I go to my Truecaller, and I type that number, and it tells me her name and her email address. So I use that email address and her name to go on Facebook. I find out that Edita lives in Ruaka. I find out that she works in a hotel. I find out that she went to Strathmore. I find out that her boyfriend is called Sam. I find out different things. Then I go to Instagram and I see pictures of her in shags in her rural areas, for those of you who are not Kenyans. I see where she comes from. And I see that her mother passed on. Sorry, I know your mother. I see her mother passed on, and there's a picture of the eulogy. you know that book that we do in, I don't know whether they do it in other countries, but in Kenya we do a book with a picture of the person and all three names of the person. So now I have her mother's maiden name. Okay? Are you guys tracking what information I'm getting? Then I go to her LinkedIn, and I can see all the places that she's worked before. Okay? On her Instagram, as I was scrolling, she had taken one picture posing in front of her gate in the estate that she lives in. The estate looks like, you know, Nyayambakasi is very distinct. For those Kenyans who are here, Nyayambakasi is, I think, the largest estate in Nairobi. And it's very distinct. Its look is very distinct. And I can see her house number. I have all this information. What could I do with it? I could go and hack her Instagram and change it, because I have her mother's maiden name, and one of the security questions it will ask is one of those. I know where she went to primary school and to secondary school and to university because it's on her LinkedIn. I know where she's worked before. I kinda already can tell. Oh, on Facebook I found out what her birthday is. So literally with all of this information, I could do anything I want with her information, right? And you wonder how we are hacked. I did that again, this time with a guy. And I found out a lot of information about him. Most importantly, somehow I was able to know where he banks. Okay? Just as I was going through the Googles and the whatever it is, I was able to know where he banks. By the way, all of these things that I'm telling you, I figured out of the supermarket in the car within 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes, I had all of this information. So when I found out where he banks, and I had his number. So I called him the next day. I said, hey, Bernard, can we have a coffee? He says, who are you? I said, I know you because, you know, see, you used to work at development initiatives. And I see, so he says, yes. So I said, yeah, let's. So somehow I made myself really familiar with him, and he agreed to have coffee. So we met at his local place, and I told him how I knew him. He wasn't worried. He was surprised, and he was wowed by the fact that, wow, technology can do so much. What do you want to bet if I had had coffee with Edita and I gave her that information, should have the same reaction? Ladies in the house, I think you're all freaked out by this information right now. Yes? Right? Freaked out by it. Because of the fact that this is... Now, imagine that our people are actually taking pictures of their children in uniform. Imagine that our people are taking pictures of their children in uniform next to their school, and worse, another picture at home next to their house number. Imagine what is happening. At the Open Institute, we spent a little bit of time 2 years ago where we sent some of our young people out into the streets and asked them to define a couple of things for us. We learned that cookies are confectionaries that are sweet, that are taken with tea. We learned that data is the airtime that you buy so that you can browse the internet. That's what people know. And we had this over and over. We sent guys to Nairobi, to Central Province, we sent guys to Rift Valley, and this is the information they had. Cookies, Sini biscuits, right? Because we realize that our people don't know these things, and our people go to... How many of you have been to that building where you've given your information on the Book of Truth? So you know the Book of Truth? Your name, your ID number, your phone number. With those three things, I have everything about you if my career as a stalker is made. Right? With just those three things, I could do everything. I have gone to hotels. Esther will remember that we once went to a hotel for this conference thing, and they were writing our information on a piece of paper. Not even on the book of truth, just on a piece of paper. So we asked them, so what's going to happen to this piece of paper when you're done with it? The Askari was really honest. He says, I don't know. Just give it to the Wadosis and we forget about it. This is what the truth is. This is how our data is being handled. And our people don't know. So what we have been doing with ourselves, I don't know whether that is going to work, is that we have had a campaign that we did 2021, and we're doing it again this year. And the purpose of that campaign is to just go basic on people and say, your data is important and you need to hide your nakedness. It's called Ficha Uchi. Hide your nakedness. Is it going to work? Well, somehow that doesn't work. But, and somebody will figure it out so that I can show you what it looks like. But I would urge you to please spend a little bit of time and go online, hashtag Ficha Uchi, and just look. It's for those of you who are not necessarily Kenyans. Ficha is spelled in the way that it sounds, Ficha. Uchi is UCHI. Hashtag Ficha Uchi. What we have been doing with that campaign is going online and just talking to people and telling them the really basic information about where they expose themselves and how they expose themselves and the dangers of that for their own lives. What is interesting is that the first iteration of that campaign that we did reached more than 5 million people. And then we saw people starting to ask the question, at the Book of Truth, what's going to happen with this? Because the one thing that we need to get our people to ask more and more and more is, where are you taking my data? You go to the club, you're hanging out in the club, somebody takes a selfie, but you're in the background, right? You didn't want anybody to know that you're in the club. Suddenly, the guys in your church fellowship know. Right? These are the complications of our lives. Now, as I was listening to Nima's presentation, I realized that some of these things are not, they're not terrible harms. But some of them are. And some really terrible things are happening to people. People are losing money out of their accounts. You wake up in the morning and every cent that you have is gone. People are losing children. One of the organizations that we support is called Missing Child Kenya. I was surprised to hear that there are some of those parents who lost their children, who lost them simply because there was an Instagram photo. And I was able to go to your child. Imagine this. I was able to go to your child and say, hi, Nema. I'm your mom's friend. Let's go. And baby goes. Some harms can be tragic. What we have to do is to make sure that data stops being so elitist. We have to make sure that even as we're discussing data governance here, when we go back, we actually try and figure out how the rest of the world will interact with the idea that data is not a biscuit, that cookies are not a biscuit, and that it actually means something for them to write their true numbers on the Book of Truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. That was very, very informative. I will be much more careful with my details around other people. Thank you for that. Before we go to the keynote speaker, I'd like us to just do a fun activity because I know we're here for all of the numbers, all of the data, breaking down the biases, but we also need to get to know each other while we're in the process of that. So it's just very quick. 3 random people in this room have to tell me one truth and one lie about them. The rest of us have to guess if that's true. Don't worry about whether you'll guess wrong or right. It's just a fun activity. It's never that serious. See some people looking at me a bit scared. Don't worry. All right, so I think we're good to go. So if I stop at you, just feel free to tell me one truth, one lie about you. Ready? All right. Okay.
We all need love. We all need affection. And the way that you're looking at me, I can feel a connection.
Pick on the back benches a bit, or the close back benches.
Fantastic. Hello, everybody. My name's Adam Oxford, and I'm from Open Up in South Africa. That's not the truth. So, one truth, one lie. I was born in London, and I used to be an actor.
So, which is the truth and which is the lie? He was born in London and he used to be an actor. That's the truth or the lie? Born in London is a lie. Okay, confirm to us.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, correct. Well done. Right. Where to go, where to go. Da-da-da-dun. Suspense, suspense, suspense. The lovely lady right in front of me, right here at the back.
I saw it coming. Okay, I am married, and number 2, I am 26 years old.
All right, she is married and she is 26 years old. Which is the truth, which is the lie? Obviously. If you want to shoot your shot, please do it better. Please shoot your shot a bit better, come on. Okay. So, truth, lie? Truth, she's 26. Lie, she's married. Okay, that's one. Confirm.
Right.
Correct. Well done. All right, as we rush through, let's just do one last person just to tell us one truth and one lie about themselves. Seems very biased. Who is Michael? Michael. In the interest of not breaking biases, I won't choose him because he's already biased. Oh, okay, you have a volunteer. Okay. One truth, one lie.
I can write with both my hands and I'm a firstborn.
Sorry, you can?
I can write with both my hands and I'm a firstborn.
She can write with both her hands and she's a firstborn. Which is the truth, which is the lie? So confirm, can you write with both hands?
Yes, yes.
She can write with both hands, okay. Okay, well done. Thank you guys for participating in that little fun activity. We can move.
Unconditionally, baby, make love to me. Unconditionally, baby, unconditionally, baby. No, 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 no. They all need a love. Me, I need a wife. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Fantastic. Thank you guys for participating. You're a great crowd. I would like us to move on to the next speaker. That is Professor Monica Keretz Macau, who is from the Thunderbird School of Global Management. Karibu sana.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm meant to be the keynote speaker. So when you're a keynote speaker, I was trying to figure out what's the difference. And I thought, taking everything, everybody has spoken before me and spoken fantastically. Farhan and the entire team, Al-Kags who's next to me. And we have something in common with Al-Kags. We left the city of Nairobi. I left the city of Nairobi 9 years ago, to live in semi-rural Kenya. And it's always interesting with data points that people assume that you stay in Nairobi, isn't it? People assume that you work in Nairobi, and that people assume that those who live in the counties actually can't speak to things. So Al-Kags and I are here to tell you, because Al-Kags lives in Malindi and I live inside Machakos, that we in the counties can speak to things. And it's important that you begin to ensure that the counties are represented in any of your meetings. Yeah? Because otherwise it becomes a Nairobi conversation, isn't it? I think the other data set that is interesting for me who moved out, I'm giving you examples of some of the biases that I see. I work with data in terms of technology. In other words, every time I go on the internet, because I live in Machakos, I have to use my phone data. I don't have Wi-Fi. Pause. I don't have Wi-Fi. I teach at an international university. I teach most of my students are Americans and Europeans. I don't have any Africans in my class. I travel a lot. I teach in Middle East and Africa. I manage the Middle East programs and the Africa programs and a number of the programs in the US, so I travel a lot. But one of the things I always say when I travel and when I'm on a plane and I come back to Kenya and I land back and I go to my home is that I use data on my phone. And that Nairobi people forget that most people in Kenya are not on Wi-Fi. They're not on Wi-Fi. I am not on Wi-Fi. I always tell Safaricom, because I speak at a lot, and I had to get, because of who I am, I wrote to Safaricom board, and I wrote and told them that I am one of the Kenyans who left Nairobi, and I'm going to use you as an example that you tell us that you're everywhere, but you're not everywhere. And you tell us that you give us data, but you're not there. And so data is so important, but when we talk about data first and data and the data, most of the people that we're asking to log on to this data are spending a lot of money to just go online. Access is the first big issue. They're spending a lot of money to go online. I spend so much money, and it's only because I have a university that can pay for the costs it costs for me to have a mast, to have a booster, to have solar, because I have to have solar, because how much power goes off? 24/7. And I told them that I can't explain. I can't be using, I already am black and woman. And black and woman means I already face all the biases being an academic lead at an international university, or sometimes I go for meetings and they're expecting a white person. Then they see a black woman. I'm in Middle East and I manage programs in Oman and Dubai and Saudi. And I travel, and when I go in, so the first time I remember the Omanis would look at me and they think, okay, is this the assistant? When's the professor coming in? And I say, no, get used to it, I'm black and woman. Right? So your data sets, as you think about access, technology, and with the general stuff that we all know, the infrastructure stuff we know. I'm going to use this example just to sort of talk about data, and I wanted to get your attention by telling you that as we sit in this room, the first thing I want you to remember is that there are many people offline. And there are many people who don't have access. So as we talk about data, let's begin to think about the fact that we need to make sure access for women, access for them to have rights, access for them to access the internet. Just to access, forget anything else, just to access the internet. I'm an educated person who struggles to access the internet because of where I live. And I know that I speak for hundreds and millions and 90% of Kenyans outside Nairobi. I remember my daughters telling me, Mom, there's Netflix and we can't access Netflix. And I said, that's our life. We can't access Netflix. Your friends in Nairobi can. Unfortunately, we can't, because you've got to have what? You've got to have Wi-Fi, right? So let's not assume, and let's not use the psycho mentality that we have. I see it in a lot of meetings, that we operate in our own bubble. And if we're going to speak for Kenya and Africa, then let's speak to its truth, right? Let's speak to its truth in our data and our write-up. Let's not speak to middle class, upper middle class of the cities in Africa. in writing our data. Let's speak to Africa, all of it. All of it. So middle class, upper income class, and everyone else across the country in the continent. So let's get to why I'm here and thinking about data and hoping that you think through. I am involved in a research, and the research is on understanding and improving women's life on digital labor platforms. Understanding and improving women's life on digital labor platforms. And so we asked ourselves, and I'm leading this project, and we're comparing it across Uganda, Nigeria, and India, obviously to be able to see how digital labor platforms operate and to see the types of work and what kinds of work women are involved in. It's a partnership with the International Labour Organization, and it's partly funded by, I think, fully funded by GIZ as well. GIZ is in the room. Are you there? Oh, there's some people from GIZ, not here, but partly funded by GIZ as well. And so this work, when we started, I had I'm using this as an example about data. I thought, okay, I'm leading the research, I've got a team of people, and let's begin to find out where women are in the workspaces. So where would you start if you're disaggregating data? Because let's speak to issues. It's easy to use words. Let's actually think about data sets for women. What are they? What are our data sets if you're going to do a research? And if you're going to do any write-up on data, what are data sets you want to look for? I'm a mwalimu. What are the data sets you're going to look for? You're looking, and you've got the topic, improving women's work on digital labor platforms. What are the data sets you're going to look for? Quick one. Come on, guys. Huh? Income by women, right? Segregated. How much do women make? So income, I'm going to look for how much do women make across platforms. All the digital, different types of platforms in this country. What else? And it's the key word here is what? Women, so you're going to compare it against men. All right, what else are you going to look at? How much time, right? How much time do they spend? Yeah? So time spent, right? On, huh? How many are in leadership position? And leadership, you're going to look at ownership, right? And then you're also going to look at management, right? And then you're also going to look at staff, right? So across the level points, what else are you going to look at? Demographics. Can you expound that? Age. Excellent. So demographics, and you're going to look at the different age and classifications around women, around that. Okay, what else? Education, you're going to look at women and the level of education they come into when they get into the workspace in the digital labor platforms. How old are they? What else? Where do they live, right? Are they in the city, rural, urban, non-urban? Which part? And today I say in Kenya, we've forgotten, and this is to the international organizations and most of you writing, and if you're writing, please speak to counties, because within counties now you have urban and peri-urban and rural, right? Within a county. So speak to those different demographies within the county that then deals with our constitution in the country, or different constitutions around the continent. Look at them, because you will find a lot of international organizations still use old archaic modes of classifications of demographies within countries in Africa. Yeah? They don't go back to the constitutions. They don't check how the constitutions are classifying those demographies, and then they're still using old models. I still see it a lot in a lot of documents in Kenya, right? So we go rural and urban. We need to go to Malindi County, Kilifi County, and then urban is what? Malindi Town, isn't it? What other town do we have in Malindi, in Kilifi County? Kilifi Town and Malindi Town, right? At least there'll be Wi-Fi there, and it's more urban and peri-urban compared to the rural further inside. So we need to be able to disaggregate our data. What else will we be looking at in terms of demographies for women? What else are we going to be looking at in terms of women and anything else? What other data points are you going to find out?
I'd love to know about the family unit. Like, are they the head of the household?
Okay, so... Yeah, and we want to look at all the different status. Sometimes you only find status for women. It really irritates me. It just says married and married. Like there's only 2 points for women to be, especially in the continent, right? And we don't look at all the different data points about where women and what women are. And if we use the word divorce, it almost looks like a negative. And so you see the writing, it's written with a negative connotation, because we have the fact that there are 20 women divorced. So we then now create negative connotations to how we think about women who are divorced. Isn't that true? Our stereotypes, and if you look at the writing, anytime you look at divorce in the newspaper in Kenya, it's usually with a negative. It's never written from the fact that it's just a fact, they're divorced, simple. It's just the same way as I'm married. You know, that's it. Like, this just your status. Somebody has to assign negativity to it. This stats could go on. I want us to begin to think about the fact that every time we think about gender, it's got to be something that is consistently in your head. People ask me, am I a gender expert? I refuse to use that word because I think everybody should be a gender expert. Everybody should have a gender lens. So it's have a gendered lens, see the world. And lens, this is what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that you're not going to have a chapter dedicated to gender. You're not going to have a writing section dedicated to gender. And your departments and organizations and international organizations, especially international organizations, are not going to create a gender component within it. Gender is going to be streamlined through the way you think through the project, through the way you think through the entire program, through the way you think through the entire write-up. Gender stops being something that, oh, let's add it. The moment we continue to say, let's add it, we continue to use the stereotype. We continue to create more challenges for how we think about a gendered lens. So if we've got to think about a gendered lens, it's got to be consistent and continuous throughout every document. Many times I'm asked to review documents for the UN, for UNCTAD and World Bank, and I review and I am asked to go through and ensure, and I said, the first time they'll come and I say, no, we're not going to put a gender. It's going to be gender throughout the writing. Throughout, from chapter 1 to chapter 10. From the way the program is designed. I'm going to critique it if the program is designed with a gender component on the side, because it's not being ingrained and infused into the systems and processes of the organization. And so you've got to think about, how do we think about gender? I'm speaking to practical stuff, I hope. Am I? Yeah. So come on. So let's think through the practical stuff of day-to-day as we think about applying gender. If you're in the office and you go to the office, the statistics you're collecting as organizations on gender, are you collecting them? Are you asking them who's sitting on the board? Who's sitting on, how many women and men sit on the board? Let's ask those questions. When I came in today, my first data point, the vice here, Mbejiwe, was asking his data points today. My first data point is that the security guard was a lady. I thought, how many women are security guards in this organization at Aga Khan? I asked her, she didn't know. Okay, data points. Those are my first data points. I saw a woman. I thought, my woman in a space that isn't, usually seen as male-dominated. Let me find out how many women. We must have a gender lens every single moment. So my vision, my dream, Farhan's vision is to see, my dream is to see that we are thinking through gender as a consistent, continuous conversation, not a by the way accident. So here's what we did, and here's some of the challenges we had. I'm going to just give them to you. I think this pointer isn't working, so I'll just go into things. So we got, all these platforms together. These are all the different types of platforms we have in Kenya, literally. Took us quite a long time to crowdsource everything, home service, different types, based on location, based on online, based on digital services, based on placement, crowdfunding forms, electronic payment platforms, and how easy or how hard do you think it is to get data on women in all these types of platforms? Almost impossible. You go to M-Pesa and ask them how many women use M-Pesa per day. Okay, go to Kickstarter, go to Airtel Money, Equitel. Let's have the big ones. Go to the small ones from property. Go to just any of these platforms, disaggregating data by women. It's almost impossible. It's taken us 1.5 years to just collect the data. We've had to turn to interviewing over 1,000 plus. Taking the work even further, 1,000 plus individuals working in each of these to get data. So what we're doing is actually filling the ground, right? We're not actually doing the original research, which is to find the women. We're first trying to create a database of what exists in the country and in other countries on women. And so the challenge, the thing that we've got to do as a country is begin to build those databases. So that's my second comment to all of you, third comment. Let's begin to build the data. Because that data is what AI is going to be able to use for the data sets. So let's build the data on women, on every part. We can't talk about it if we're not building it on the background. If we're not building data, where are the women located? Who are the women involved? Who are the women working? Let me I'm going to jump things. And this is not, we're not yet done. I'm just going to skip. And I remember share of digital platforms by gender, by founder. The founder, the women being a founder. 18% of the platforms that we found. Out of, men or 71, platforms owned by men. So founder women, and we wanted to look for this founder women who founded platforms, created platforms. They exist. They're just quiet. Some are here. Are you here? Some of the founder women, is there some here? Nima, yes, Nima has a platform. They have a platform. And so we looked for women and said, let's hear their voice. Let's hear who you are. What apps have you created? What are you doing? I'll skip quite a bit and looked at, we looked at workers directly hired, women hired by digital labor platforms, directly and indirectly. Directly and indirectly. Looking and seeing what are those that are hired directly, that's their day-to-day, at least 80%, and for us directly means that 50% of their income is earned by that platform. Indirectly is that maybe another 10% or 20% is earned outside that platform, but you still earn from a platform. But looking for the data sets, and I'm just going to share, I'm not going to share everything, but I want to show you some interesting stuff. Gender, freelance and context-based learning, we talk about if you go to every platform in this country, almost all, most of them are male-gendered, most. The women working in those platforms are few, and the only ones we could find where majority were men. And Copier's platform, it's women who are operate on Copier. In fact, over 40% are women in Copier who work within the platforms around Copier. So kudos to Copier. And I'm a bit biased also because I know the CEO and I think he's doing fantastic work. But I'm biased in the sense that I'm just highlighting. But most of them were micro-work men. The dominant gender for number of workers in micro-work was women. I'm going to ask that we change the slides. I was just using this as an example, and then we can shift to my slide 4 for the person doing the slides. But what we did in this research was to disaggregate data. And here's what the key things we found out. One, in Kenya, when you ask for women data, people look at you badly. Like, why? Why do you? If I ask for men, there's no problem. If I ask for women, there's a problem. If I ask you to segregate your data, it's like I'm just trying to build a data set platform. So what I'm encouraging us as a country to do is to collect data for women. Let's have a database on women. If you go online and you try and search for data disaggregated by gender in the continent of Africa, it's just about 50%. You'll get, 50 different platforms that will give you data disaggregated by women for Africa. And I'm talking about Africa, not about the continent. I'm talking about Africa. The data sets, whether it's World Health Population, whether it's, the data sets that Nima was talking about in health, in education. Very few have actually localized Africa women inside the platforms and inside their data collection. So you'll tend to see general around women generally, but when you now disaggregate by data, I can point, when you disaggregate by data, you can't find it. So what do we mean when we say turning the data tables, no gender equality in Take AI without data equality? What does it mean to you? The lady in front of me, what does that mean to you? What is it? Yeah. Okay, and only the responsible AI or the responsible data is by first building the data. AI uses data, existing data sets. So let's not look at the AI if we haven't got the data. Guys, let's go back to the data. Let's go back and ask what data do we have that will then be AI will be able to use. Yeah, we're complaining, but we're not doing something about making sure the representation is there. I had sent him a picture, and it somehow didn't come in, but I had sent the picture. What are the 5 apocalypses of Africa? And we all know these ones. What are the 5 apocalypses of Africa? 5 apocalypses of Africa. I call them the 5 apocalypses, and you will get the points shortly. What are the 5 apocalypses of Africa? The first one, war. If you read anything on Africa in the internet and online, on Africa, you're getting it? The first one is war, right? So people tend to associate the continent with what? With war. Just imagine what this does for data. Imagine if your data is not there. Manda mano. I mean, I got a call the other day for, when anything happens in Kenya, there was the accident, and it's really a sad accident that happened was it on your way to Eldoret in Nakuru? This Londiani? So I got a call from my US colleagues, and they're like, is everything okay? Are you okay? And I said, Londiani is like talking about Texas and New York. just for them to understand I'm trying to get them to understand the differences, right? The geographical differences. And I said, yes, everything is okay. I'm not in Londiani. I'm in, Machakos, which is completely peaceful and everything is going on. Life is as normal, right? And we're still sad and praying for the victims. That does not change that fact. It's just that it's not Kenya. So war is not Africa. Data, same thing, is not, we've got to go down to the nitty-gritty. The apocalypse of Africa, war. What's the apocalypse? Disease and hunger, right? Second one, disease and hunger. So that even when you look at our data sets, there's got to be disease and hunger somewhere there, even when it's not needed to be there. And disease and hunger means that the pictures, and if we're using visualization data, which is even worse, I really hate visualization data of Africa. There's something that needs to be done. I'm sorry, I'm using the word hate. I grew up being told by my dad, you should never use the word hate. But this really gets to me, so let me use that word. Gets to me. Is the visualization data. Visualization data of the continents. So we have war, and then we have disease and hunger, which means we've got to show somebody, right? All the international articles, and even when people are writing for a proposal, I cannot stand it when I see a proposal using the apocalypse of Africa. It continues to undermine who we are. It continues to propagate a certain narrative of who we are that we are not. It's not all of us that are having war. There's peace in many parts of the continent. It's a continent, not a country. Right? So, data visualization, data. So what's the third apocalypse? Poverty. It's the third one. And we have to have poverty. If you want to represent women in Africa, how do you represent them? Visualization of data. How do you represent a woman in Africa? Come on, you see it everywhere. With a lasso, sitting next to Sukuma Wiki, right? Bearing a hat. That's the only kind of visualization we have a woman in Africa. What about all the women in this room? Aren't they Africans? Aren't you Africans? Why is there only one data point of data set of how we visualize women in Africa? Come on. We've got to change even the images we have of this continent, the images we have of countries, which continue to be victimized by international organizations, by development organizations, because I know there are many development organizations here who continue to utilize victimization, apocalypse images in all your documents, right? What's the fourth one? We're in the fourth one. No, that's when it's sort of with the... Yeah? We could say dictatorships, yes. It's true. You're from Uganda, yeah, and Rwanda. And so we know, though in Rwanda we don't say that word because it's not good to say it, right? We say it for Uganda, but we don't say it for another country right next door. I'm getting into some politics. I won't go there, right? Corruption. So the corruption is the other one, and it's a real vice. It's a big issue. I think it should always be highlighted in every document. If there's one data point and data set that should be highlighted because it continues to be true across the African continent, is corruption, isn't it? And we're not going to water it away. So it's a bit different, and it's not one of the apocalypse I'm calling it. Remember, I'm using apocalypse. Corruption, I think, is something that must be highlighted in every data set, because it's something we want to get rid of. But it is not the apocalypse that I have in mind. What else? Here, let me give you a hint. Let's use those guys over there. They're my friends. Or they will be my friends just now. Let's use him. The gentleman here, what's your name? Heike. And let's assume I met Heike. Heike was me and I was he. I was Heike and he was me, right? So Heike meets me, and I come in and I say, "Oh, Heike, you're from Kenya, Heike. You're Kenyan?" Say yes.
Yes. Yes, I am.
So I came to. You're from Kenya? Yes, I've been to Africa.
That's nice. Have you been to Kenya?
I think it was in Kenya, but I saw this beautiful, yes, Kenya. I saw the animals.
Oh yeah, they roam down the streets.
Yeah, giraffes and elephants. I really had a great holiday. Fourth apocalypses, animals, right? So the only wildlife, so the only thing and conversation we can have about the continent, if it's not to do with war, famine, and disease, the positive one I want to then highlight is animals, right? And so we talk about the animals. And what do you think the last one is? We did hunger, so what have we said? Hunger? Yeah? Children. Yeah? Yes, poverty. It's the poverty box of children. But what I'm trying to say, take that same data set that you know of Apocalypse of Africa, apply to data sets that we have today when we think about gender. If we don't think through the gender lens and we don't question and challenge the gender lens on many kinds of conversations, many kinds of things, leadership at the table, being at the table, who stood at the table, what kind of people. If you have a meeting, which women are you bringing to the table? Who's sitting at the table? And if the journalists are here, ask why they are not there. Demand to write down and say, we didn't see so-and-so at the table, or you don't even have to name a name. Just say there were no women representation at the table. Challenge the government to say there must be. But don't just have any woman. Make sure that women who are going to impact the society, who are going to make a voice to the society, who are going to cause noise. And yes, are women going to be gendered in how they're going to be accused or written of? Because of how they speak? Yes, because they're going to be strong when you're a woman and you use, what are the 5 apocalypses of the gendered words that are used on women? Aggression, angry, ill-mannered, emotional, sensitive, single, loud. So we're gonna have to go through that, and too bad for those who think we are. Too bad, because we've got to put the voice out there, right? Unfortunately, the male doesn't have to do that voice. The woman does. You've got to make your voice heard on the table. I remember the first time I was appointed to the board of CAK. CAK is the Communications Authority of Kenya. And I came to Kenya. I was living out of the country. I was living in Australia, and my husband and I came back to Kenya in 2009. And I remember I got appointed to sit on the board, I think in 2010. And my background, by the way, is digital transformation and governance. So this is a passion to me. This is my lifestyle, and it's a passion more than anything else. And so I go and join the board at CAK, and I'm the only woman sitting. So a friend of mine calls me up, and actually she wasn't a friend then. She was just somebody I knew. And she calls me up and she says, "You're going to be at the board. You're going to be the only woman in the board." I said, "Oh, is that so in Kenya?" She says, "Yeah, you're going to be the first, the second woman in the board." And I said, "Okay." She says, "I was there before. Let's go and have lunch." So I had lunch with her. And she said, "They're going to ask you to pray." Gender stereotypes, and will come back into your writing, and comes into your everything of your data sets. Anyway, so she said, "They're going to ask you to pray, and they're going to probably ask you to get food, or somebody might ask you to pass a plate." And so I said, interesting. Let's see how that happens on my first day at the board. So I go for my first day at the board, and the chairman happens to be, his son was someone I happened to be in school with, so he sort of felt like I was his child. Already, that's put me in a very bad place, right? And so as a woman, I had to make sure that I'm positioning myself. So he says, "Oh, Dr. is here. Welcome, then welcome to the board." And then I, go on listening. And then at tea break, he says, "Doctor, you're going to get, pass us some tea." And I said, "I'm happy to pass you some tea if you'll pass me some tea later." So I was quickly equalizing the table. But what I found out sitting on my government board was my first government. Since then, I've sat on several other boards, both in private sector and international organizations. But in Kenya, that was my first government board that I sat in. And one of the things I found out for women is that the decision making at the table, you've got to empower women to speak. You've got to empower them to have a voice. You've got to empower them. But I tell women, know your stuff. When you know your stuff, people will not challenge it, because you know your stuff, right? So for those of you who are writers, bring out and showcase the women that are doing stuff. Showcase them, because more women need to hear about them. That's the data sets we also need to bring out. Go and look for them. Women, I think Policy.org has shown women in AI, doing AI stuff. And across, right, the women in AI. I know there's an amazing, fantastic professor at, what do you call the university? In Thika, on the way to Thika. Yes, you, who's doing fantastic, I forgot her name, who's doing fantastic stuff on AI. And doing amazing stuff and write-up, and I think she was part of the team on the AI policy report. Kenya has an AI policy document. Any of you were involved in it? None? Nobody was? Okay, there's a few people that were involved in it. Excellent, and it was really good work done by the team. So as you think about where are women, let's ask the key questions I've put together, just a quick ones for us to. This is what I could get on the net. I could not get a black woman with AI. I'm just showing you, I couldn't. This was the closest. But it wasn't black, it was just really. But I was looking for black women in AI, I couldn't find. So these are from the net. I haven't checked the copyright, so I've just pulled them. That's why I'm clearly declaring very quickly. I'm a researcher, and when you research work, you must declare where you get your evidence. But let's look at the key things. We want to read and hear in all conversations a gendered lens. We want to read and hear in all conversations a gendered lens. In everything. In everything. Whether it's political participation, we want to see the women. Who are they? We want to eliminate discrimination practices. We want to make sure we see them. Social norms and gender stereotypes, we want to see them. Gender bias violence is the only one I tend to hear about. When you talk about gender, that's the only one that comes out. Everything else is sort of left on the side. It's left on the side. Unpaid care and domestic work. We want to hear about domestic work. Women are in domestic work. We want to hear about the statistics on that. It's not just about let's hear about them. Gender responsive social protection, access to basic services, infrastructure, which I've just talked to you about, access, inclusion, costs, everything that has to do with access and costs and mobility that we want to hear about. So if you're writing and if you're doing anything on any topic, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't have to have the word gender for you to include gender. It should just be an automatic that you include gender. Because we are 49.5% of the very people that you're writing about. Irrespective of whether we have our voices heard or not, you should project the voices out there. So you should say them. Gendered lens in relation to women's role in peace, security, whether it's war, whether it's what, everything. Access to health care, access to quality education, everything. Culture, media. Let's ensure that every conversation, everything we read has a gendered bias lens. And this is the forum for the next 2 days. Everything I'm talking about, in the next 2 days, you're going to be talking about it today, and some of my colleagues have already talked about it. Everything, whether it's women with disabilities. We tend to talk about women. I think I put it on my notes here because I was taking notes from the people writing. But it really irritates me when I see the word women, and then we put them under culture. Or what else do we put them under? Minorities. Where we locate women, that's the point. Where do we locate women in how we converse about women? Do we locate them gender and youth? Gender and culture. Gender. We can't seem to locate women as just gender. We seem to want to, they have to have an appendage. Like they have to sit somewhere. And so we can't seem to have a conversation around just gender. Let's look at the gendered issues. Let's look at them. And so because of this, we'll end up saying women, gender, HIV, AIDS, and then we focus on all these other things and HIV. I'm not saying everything else is less. I'm just saying we have a problem with how we co-locate women, right? In how we locate women and the gender discourse in how. All this affects algorithms. And so the reason you then have a problem with the algorithms is because most of those algorithms on women are co-located within other types of data. Inside other types of data. I'm here, I'm not going to be tech. Nima told me make sure I'm a little bit, not to go tech. I can be techie a little bit. So, yes. Oh, my microphone. So our back end, the back end stuff. You've got to make sure that our back end, most times the women types of data it's inside. It's inside other types of data. So for you as a person who's trying to disaggregate data, it's impossible. Because it's been factored in a manner that just completely, you can't disaggregate it. It's so hard to disaggregate. It's like the household survey that is done in Kenya. Bureau of Statistics in Kenya should be here and should be listening to conversations around gender because they collect data. And the problem is for any research paper or document you've got to sort of locate a Kenyan, if you want to talk in every country in the continent, whether you're in Ghana or West Africa, you've got to rely on the national government statistics as well, right? And half the time, the national government statistics are not gendered with a lens. Yeah? So they just have women, they are not disaggregated by age group, they're not disaggregated by anything there. They're not disaggregated. You just have women. but you're not able to disaggregate the data within national data statistics. So very important that we think through them. And then, of course, these are directly taken from the feminist internet principles, and I think they're fantastic. We need to make sure that these principles are there. If you haven't read about them, just go online and read about them. They're all there for you to access. So I'm not going to go through them at all, but I just wanted to highlight them here for you to be able to and locate them for you. But the feminist internet principles have a link to AI, because if you're making sure that the data sets are there and the women issues are there within your data sets, then you'll be able to bring out the marginalization that women face across different data sets. And then, of course, finally, the recommendations that have been put up by so many people, whether it's UN, the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. SDG number what is the one on women? 5. Good. At least there's people knowledgeable here. And yes, 5. So number 5. Yet it's put as a on its own, and so we then tend to only locate data onto that subset. We don't locate the women issue across all the SDGs, because we have an SDG that looks at women alone. So we forget that all the SDGs need to see the women and the component of women in it. I was reviewing the SDGs report 2023. I was one of the 15 peer reviewers globally. And we had 15 writers, scientists, and then we had 15 global reviewers. And as one of them, been a privilege to be part of the SDGs review globally. And we had to look at the reports across countries and governments and international organizations, and really, we had a lot of documents to review and had to divide ourselves, looking at what people are saying about the SDGs, where the SDGs are going, post-2023 and post-2030, and the comments around that. But important that we began to see the thread of women across everything, not in one component, but across everything, so that we're thinking about it. And we're thinking about, the prioritization of gender. At the UN OSA office, the Office of the Africa Advisor, I sit as the co-chair of the STEM committee for women, for STEM. Generally, just for STEM. But a big, of course, factor is that the fact that we want to highlight STEM in the continent for women, and STEM, the science, the technology, the maths and everything. But many times when we talk of tech, we then tend to look for maths teachers in the continent. We look for science subjects. Have you found that? Yeah, and so the data, if you look at the data sets on tech, when it comes to schools and education, it's on maths, it's on engineering. And so when we try and disaggregate the data, you're not able to get the true representation of who are the women in STEM and who are the women in tech, because tech is generally not per se included necessarily within the STEM, yet it's part of STEM. And so part of the challenge we have at the OSA office, one of the things we are trying to do is make sure that in every government office, the issue around gender disaggregation in the STEM and ICT sector is really being lauded and being spoken about, written about in every document that is being done. I'm going to end. I think I had that as my last set of slides. These ones, correction of, because they've been spoken of, so I don't want to speak about them. Data bias correction that was done by Farhan very well, and how we need to think about our data correction biases, increasing awareness. With, Nima talked about what that means and how we think about them. So as I end, my quest to you all is, let's have a gendered lens. But let's remember that a gendered lens means walking the talk every day. It's not a workshop, it's not a thing, it's about let's walk. It's the feminist movement should be your movement. The gender movement should be your movement. And it should be everybody's movement, not a particular clique in society, not a particular development organization. Development organizations, I think you can speak to yourselves a lot. So you've got to make sure that you're speaking to everybody. I tend to be in the business world a lot. And there's a lot of women doing stuff in the business world. So let's make sure I think I loved it, what Nima, I can't remember who it was that said, every sector, every place that the gendered lens is spoken about. And I want to wish you the best in this 2 days workshop. I think it's a fantastic thing you're doing. Nima, we always said, we talked on the phone a lot, and the first time I met Mwende, I said, if I was going to start something, it was always going to be policy.org. It was always going to be data governance and policy issues, because that's where we are as a continent, and it's where we need to face. Thank you so much.
I mean, that was fantastic. Let's give another round of applause. Well done. At this point, I'd like us to just take a quick break as we take photos just outside the room, or rather here. We'll just take some photos up here, just take a quick 15-minute break, and then we can resume back at 11:58. That just means 12, but I'm trying to sound cool about it. Yeah, so at 11:58. So yes. Yes, it's a group photo, so everyone is welcome. Don't feel left out. Let's just join Nima up there. Thank you. May I have everyone's attention? Yes, so there is some tea that's set up outside, so we can just take another quick 15-minute break, have some refreshments, then come back after 15 minutes. So, sorry, attention please, attention. So let's meet back here at 12:15. 12:15. Let's come back here at 12:15, thanks.
the other day that said this man didn't want to wear a helmet. He was questioning himself. So sometimes with gender data, there's some uncomfortable.
And reached out to the county executives. They held spaces for women healthcare workers to air their issues as well. So there was that engagement from the very onset. The study is still ongoing, but there's that continuous engagement. Now the challenge I'm also seeing is where we fail in implementation is, yes, we've engaged all through, we've engaged the time the report is out, the findings are out, hey, these are our recommendations, this is what you should do. But what happens? You guys say bye-bye and you go to your next grant or your next project. That is left hanging. And in Kenya, we are so great at writing policies. Our policies are amazing on paper. How many of you agree? Like on paper, my God, we would be like the developed world. But when it comes to implementation, zero. So how are we, and I think it's all of us together, because this is a whole collaborative aspect. I am generating the evidence, for example, as an academic or in the university. How am I collaborating with policy? How am I, and policy.org, policy the organization. How am I collaborating with other smaller CSOs or NGOs to sustain the conversation? Because if we don't sustain the conversation, it ends up on paper, in the Gazette notice or whatever it is, and it just dies down. So I hope I'm...
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much. So the first step we have to do is engage with our different stakeholders. Sometimes even before you start the research project, you need to engage in terms of, we see this as a problem, we think that this data will provide some solutions, and then you kick off how you're going to do it, right? So for our next speaker, Blaise, I'd like to take it to the next level. So now we have consulted, we have decided how we want to do the data collection. So let me ask you, what are some of the best practices for collecting and analyzing gender data? So what's the best way to use it, and then how do we now go back to the communities to share this information? So if you could introduce yourself first and then answer the question, that would be great. Is it on?
Okay, so now. Okay, my name is Blaise Abo. I'm the Executive Director of Oro Data Science, Nigeria. And to answer your question, so for me, it's all about being deliberate from the beginning, right? We are trying to collect data that, from within that data, we want to be able to glean insights that will be highly beneficial to solving problems, developing policies that will benefit women and girls. And I think for me, in collecting that data, it's all about the designing of that process in the beginning. And I think the gender practices comes into it. The first thing I think I would do, or I would recommend, would be involving women and girls in that process of data collection. Like you mentioned earlier, having to have a man go over there, then collect the data, and then misses out on a lot of things, and then comes back, and then there is that gap, there's that lacuna in there. So I think that's the very first thing, making sure that that's part of the process in the beginning. The second one will be, let me see. I think overall, when that data is collected, I think one thing that needs to happen is ensuring that that data is informs that women and girls can be able to access that data themselves. Because I mean, we are in Africa, and normally there's just that thing that data is difficult to access, right? Imagine when policymakers, imagine when CSOs, imagine when the media are saying, "Oh, this data is hard to access." Now imagine the average young woman out there who may not have that technical competence to access that data, right? Or the woman out there who might be working with data, right? And I think these two things are important. It's because the data needs to be in a way, or needs to be readily available or readily accessible to them. And so these are the things, when you think about collecting data, when you think about producing data that we will need, or the citizens or policymakers will need to solve problems that are important to women and girls, I think these are two things that needs to come in place in the thinking. The data collection, of course, the dissemination of the information when it's eventually gotten. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. So yeah, involving women and girls from the very start of the data collection, and also figuring out what is the best way to give this data back. Because just as we talked about, we do our projects, they're often time-bound projects, right? Because you're getting funds, so you have a fund for a year, you do the work, you write the report, maybe you do a dissemination event. But a lot of the times, this data is either stuck behind an organization, or it's stuck in a PDF somewhere, or it just remains behind a lot of gates a lot of the time. And something that we're trying to do at Policy is really thinking about, how do we share back data? We know, I mean, honestly, like, I work for Policy, and I am tired of reading reports. Like, I read so many reports, but like, you eventually feel burnt out. It is a lot of reports, and trying to think like, what is a creative way to give this data back to the community that you took it from, right? So if you go and then you talk to the woman on contraceptive in Southwest Uganda, and then you go and you publish your report in English, and then you put it up on your donor's website, how are they going to get that information? And it also just feels extractive, right? You're going there, you're extracting information from them, using it for your personal benefit as your organization, and then locking it up somewhere that's inaccessible. So trying to think through like videos, radio, podcasts, debate, community events, community drama. We have some projects where we used poetry, we used music, we used murals to share back data with communities and have conversation about that data. So I think it comes down to us to be a bit more creative in how we're giving people data back as well. So talking about creativity and innovation, I would like to ask our next speaker, Amos, or Amos. Sorry, is it Amos or Amos?
Depends on the dictionary.
Okay. Okay, so talking about creativity and innovation, what do you think are some innovative ways that we can collect gender data? Because, I mean, I'm sure as you know, to collect data in Uganda, for example, you go up country, super expensive, right? To then you have to go into the field, you have to like reach. It can be quite expensive and difficult, and that's why it's not done as often, right? That's my feeling, at least as a small organization. But yeah, what are some ways that we can collect gender data more effectively using innovative tools? Please introduce yourself and then answer the question.
Thank you so much. Amos Mpungu is my name. I work with Means of ICT, Uganda, in the Research and Development Department. I guess that's why my peers felt I should be the person here. Though I understand at first it was supposed to be someone female. Anyway, I think first of all we need to appreciate that in everything we do, consciously, subconsciously, but in everything we do, we generate data. And we have a culture, I think, of not utilizing data, though we consume it. I'll just an example of the different norms that we have as cultures. You get home and you realize that, for example, if it's dinner time, the lady is going to first concentrate on serving the husband before the kids. And these kids are watching. So the female will also pick up that. And the male will also pick up that. This is something that is happening subconsciously. Of course, the practice is, this is how the wife was brought up. And that is subconsciously, that's how she's bringing up the kids. So people around that table are actually consuming data being generated around that. Okay? Now, it is, as we said, when we want to make this a numeric, then it becomes a bit of a problem because of the expenses I mentioned. But then I think we need to think about, when I come to southwestern Uganda, as you said, and collect this data, do I actually go back and tell these people how I have utilized the data and how it has helped me solve a challenge which affects their lives? Because in most cases, we collect this data to create these fancy documents, as you mentioned, which we put in fancy languages that they don't understand. And at the end of the day, they do not realize any value out of interacting with you. The Statistics Act in Uganda says we shouldn't pay for any data and something like that. But right now, you won't get data from any subject. As far as I know, I've been in data space, I've been a statistician with government for the last 9 years. You won't get any data from any subject if you don't give them any incentive. So you find Ubos has to carry a kilo of sugar here or something, so that, because they are fatigued. We ask so many questions and don't give them value back. So I think now one of the innovative ways is, how do we give value back to these people? At the end of the day, since they are generating this data in their day-to-day, it will come to us. It definitely has to come to us. The other thing, I think, the other way is automation of processes. Because, as I said, we already generate data within the processes we do. So if you automated those processes, anything digital will definitely give you a repository of data that you can utilize. But our processes, we prefer them manual because of the benefits that come with the manual processes. Okay. So, and I think digitization can be quite helpful. We push digitization as something that should help ease a way of life, right? Our ways of life. Someone mentioned Safaricom cannot tell you how many women use, but this is something that should be able to pick. We should be able to pick from the data. I mean, a number is registered in a particular names. We can't tell that this is the particular sex. Why can't I tell that this particular number transacted today? And what is the data behind it? So those are some of the things that we need to think about. That in actual sense, data, we shouldn't be going out of our way to actually spend a lot on collecting data, but just if we ease life, and that is a very big, M-Pesa is a very good example. We shouldn't be thinking about, we shouldn't be looking for data about financial transactions for women, segregated by gender, because these are transactions that are taken by a unique identification, a uniquely identified number, and it has data behind it on who owns it. So we should be able to put, is it male, is it female? We can even go further and do further analysis on what exactly this transaction did. Then lastly, I think we also need to build trust. An example that the data we create or we collect, how do we utilize it? My statistics journey was mainly in agriculture, and in most cases when you go and ask about, have you received support this year and this, the answers are really forthcoming. Then you start asking about income generated. Then you see someone pulling away. Why? Taxation. Okay. And why are you asking those questions? You know, when it comes to income, and even with the National Bureau of Statistics, what we do is when you want to do these surveys of how much expenditure, of expenditure vis-a-vis income, if you want to determine income, you ask about expenditure, but you can't ask about income. The straight answer, they will give you an income. Of course, when you ask about expenditure, you realize they spend more than they earn, which is normal in Africa. And it is basically around how we can be able to motivate our people to actually provide this data. As long as we produce products that are actually useful to them, then we shall be able to receive that data as simply as possible. One example is we have, again in agriculture, because I was struggling to collect data, especially on the import-export business in agriculture. We decided to just develop a system, but within the system, we put a module that was actually helpful to these guys on looking at the entire crop coverage or the cycle. And within there, they could be able to use that data to actually make decisions, or the system would remind them that, okay, it is about time for you to actually weed, it's time for you to apply chemicals. The guys who picked it up at first realized a lot of benefits within 6 months, that at the end of the day, they were just pushing us the data as easily as possible, because it is helping them make decisions. And the decisions they were making were actually improving their businesses. They improved their productivity by, remember one of them made a presentation, they improved their productivity by over 80%. Because the system was looking at where you get your inputs from and how you manage the cycle of the crop. So because these people had started getting access to the right inputs, they had kept on getting the wrong inputs, and you get seed which doesn't germinate or gives you germination of 40%. What the system was telling them, go to this person, look out for these things. The data became quite easy to collect. So that is because we had actually made value out of what they are producing. And I think that is the first thing we need to think about. How do we create value for our data subjects to be able to sustain eventually getting the data easily and cheaply? So.
That is such a good answer. If you provide value for people with the data that you have, they will willingly give you their data. Thank you so much for that. Okay. We'll now move on to, let's see. All right, so we started with, communicating first, then we started with planning together. We've looked at how to collect the data. And now, how can we make this a sustainable practice? So I think we've already mentioned how the data is time-bound, you do your report, it's finished, but you would want this data over a long period of time, right? You don't want it to be a one and done. You might want it continuously. And also you want it to be a continuous practice mentally, that it's something that you do constantly. So I would like to ask Paul, how can we ensure that gender data collection and analysis becomes a sustainable and ongoing practice? So rather than a one-time effort, what are some strategies that can be used to embed the use of gender data into regular programming and regular policy? So please introduce yourself and answer the question.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Paul Mungai from United Nations Development Program. I work as the National Project Manager on data governance. So I think on that issue, am I audible?
Is your mic on?
Hello? Yeah, this is better. Yeah. So I think on that question, there are there are a few dynamics, yeah? So one of them, and I'll really be more inclined with the work we've done with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which has been shared by, with other NSOs. So one of the things we've realized, we've done some surveys, and this was very specific to citizen-generated data. We realized the issue of quality, the quality that organizations, of data that organizations are collecting is a bit questionable, and also this data is not accessible. So a lot of the organizations, like in the survey, we asked them, like, is it possible for you to share this data? Then there were comments like, you'd have to email us, and then we'd share. And this is the National Bureau of Statistics, So you've now moved from a situation, I don't know whether you guys remember the open data debate, where we were telling government to give us data. Now it's government that is asking us to give them data, and then we are telling them that they need to email us. You see, so anyway, that journey was very interesting, but one of the things we also realized that's very important, especially around this issue of quality, we were asking, why is it that the data that we collect, us who are not government, why is it not used for national reporting or provide a holistic lens, why is it that you guys cannot be able to challenge the existing statistics, So the National Statistical Office will provide some statistics, but do you have anything that can complement that? Yeah. So we found that there's need for a guideline, So like Kenya now has through, and that's already published. So we have what you're calling the Kenya Quality Assurance. There's a Kenya KESCAF. So we have the citizen-generated data quality assurance guide. So that's very important. And what it does is it identifies some criteria, So when you're going out to the field, then you realize, like, there's one aspect that we hardly think about, coverage. All of us were giving examples, but then I would ask myself, that example, when it comes to coverage, how do we address that issue? Like Amos was talking about data on one part of Uganda, that is very specific to the people who live there, So the challenges that the women face is a cultural aspect, So that's something very unique, yeah. So I asked myself, how can you now collect this kind of data with a national lens, So the one thing that we need to think about is how can we partner with the national statistical offices, because data collection is very expensive. yeah, if we decide to each collect data, the amount of money we are going to use is we can't even support that budget. And the reason why sometimes government does not collect certain data is because it's so expensive. So that's why they stick to their framework. So they know that this is the data they collect, but now assume you go to a national statistical office and you tell them that, we are keen on collecting this data. Carol, for instance, who was supposed to be in this panel, will tell you there are certain data sets that we are very keen on, and it could be just 2 questions. Could you include these 2 questions in your survey? Or the way you framed your questions, they would tell you that this may be more effective if you design it this way. So that is one approach where you basically collaborate with our bigger brothers, So, and the advantage of that is you will help them also achieve an additional goal. So when I stand here as UNDP, one of the things that we are thinking about is how do we measure SDGs, So we've been having issues when it comes to SDG reporting, yeah? So when we think about this from a national perspective, then it is very easy for us to address some or rather report on some indicators. So we might actually be doing a lot, but that is not covered, yeah? So, and the other thing is use of indigenous knowledge. So yes, you've consulted the National Statistical Office, but the other thing that you need to do is incorporate the community. I'll just give an example of some work we are doing in Tana River. So in Tana River, of course, it's an arid and semi-arid land, so water is one big issue. So even where you find water, it might be saline, yeah? So, and one of the things we realized when it comes to development was when we ask men what should be the priority, the answers we get is very different from when we ask women. So the women say that they travel quite far to fetch water, and when there's drought, that means they actually travel further, So again, so how we engage with the communities, we ask them about the issue, like both men and women, and then there's also the cultural lens. So like one of the things we observed is when you ask women questions in front of men, they will give you very different answers from when they are alone, yeah? And again, I think I was very happy when someone was saying that what happens when a man is asking women questions versus when a woman is asking women questions. So those are interesting observations. But then the other thing that I found that was very important is, so yes, there's the issue of you're going to the community and ask them for input, but could you also involve them? So like now for us, we are mapping water points. So what we've done is the scouts who are supposed to collect this data are the youth from that location. You see? So now, because we were asking ourselves the question of sustainability, so how are we going to ensure that this project is sustainable post UNDP funding? You get. So these guys have an understanding of how to collect this data, how useful this can be. We have upskilled them. We worked with a local university, Pwani University. So that means also the people who are studying computer science there are now active in the field, so they engage in geostatistics. Yeah, so that's an interesting approach. Yeah, and I think. And also, we also have some resources that we don't use. Like now, the county has a GIS lab, So imagine we came and then we said, everything will be analyzed at Gigiri, yeah. And when we ignore this lab, yeah. But what we are doing is very different. So we basically engage them from the start. Actually, that data sits within that lab. So it's owned by that community. So when we partner with Google, like Google came yesterday, we had very interesting meetings, and I had Tana River at the back of my mind. You see, so the partnership we form with Google is going to benefit this community. Yeah, so basically looking at having a holistic view, because the question of sustainability, Google may never go to Tana River, may never go to that lab, but we will give them access to training from, say, Google, and that's something that they may never have access before, and you might find that this actually grows organically. Yeah, so I think that's my contribution. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Lots of really important points there. Thank you. Okay, and last but not the least is my lovely colleague, Bonita. So Bonita, I want to ask you about intersectionality, right? So it's an important part of gender data analysis. So how can we ensure that gender data analysis takes into account intersecting identities such as race, class, disability, to address multiple forms of discrimination or inequality? Please introduce yourself. Does it work?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Nima. My name is Bonita Nyamwire, and I am from Uganda. I work for Policy as a co-director research, and I'm happy to be part of this panel. So to respond to your question, Nima, I think ensuring intersectionality at analysis stage should begin from, and I'll approach this from a research perspective. It should begin from designing the tools that you're going to use to collect the data, because ideally when you're analyzing to answer the objectives of your research. So it should begin from how did you design the tools that you're going to use or that you use to collect the data? And then did you, for instance, include in questions that can get answers to the different intersectional identities? Nima has talked about race, there's gender, there's ethnicity or tribe, geographical location. So at least the question should be covering those intersectional identities. So then also the way the questions are formatted, then also who is collecting the data, Nima already talked about, and it's a very important thing. And we usually make this mistake as researchers when we have data collection. We just call on anyone, you know, come and collect data. We have a women's study, and then we are also involving men to collect the data. But these women may not open up to the men, you know. They may not be able to share certain things. So again, you may have the data, you reach analysis stage. Because of the data collectors you used, you had good questions, but you reach analysis stage, and you find that you don't have good data. It's very bad to reach analysis and you have very bad data. It is very tedious. You look at the data and you don't know what to do to it actually. So that is one of the things. So make sure you have, you address those intersectional identities as you design the questions. Then also look at who is going to collect the data during data collection time. Then the other one that we can do is to make sure you have an analysis plan. It's very important to have that plan. So it's just like when you have like a party. You know, you design a plan. You have a birthday party, you have a plan. Who am I inviting? Where is the venue? How much money is it going to cost me? What will come after the other? We had the plan for DataFest, right? Didn't we? We even had a committee actually organizing DataFest. So why don't you have a committee for your analysis? You know, who is involved in the analysis? Do you also have a plan? What is on the analysis plan? What am I looking at? Do I have all those intersectional identities? Because the plan will help you to keep checking one by one and see that you actually have analyzed them, you know, in your analysis you have included them. So make sure you have an analysis plan, it's very important, and it should be speaking again to your objectives. So in research, most of those things are interlinked, they are interrelated. So have a plan to guide you through the analysis. Then the other one is that during the analysis still prioritize the intersectional identities. If you're looking at race, make sure it is analyzed. If it is age, should be analyzed. If it is geographical location, it is analyzed, and so on and so forth. Then I already talked about having a committee. So we had a DataFest committee as policy. So this, not everyone was involved. So the committee was involved in selecting the panelists, the panels, the topics for discussion, the theme, Then they come back to us and tell us, oh, so this is what we have come up with. So even in analysis, if you want to really bring out those intersectional identities, bring out the discrimination, the injustices, the inequalities, so have that analysis team, not a committee per se, but a team that is doing the analysis, you know, and then discuss through all those things, develop the plan together. Have a control, power control, because power is a very big issue in gender data, in feminism, you know, so that kind of team that you have, that analysis team, who is involved, who has more power, who has more control on the decisions that are being made, on what should be included in the analysis, what should be brought out. And it's very important that if you're analyzing data, for instance, on women, have women on the team, you know, because I'm very sorry men who are here, because I advocate for women to do their women things, you know. Yes, it's very okay. It's absolutely okay. So I'll keep saying this over and over again, because if we don't do things for ourselves, then they will not be for us. So we have to be there. Let us be there. If it is a women study, let the team have also women to be involved in the analysis, so that some of the things don't just disappear in the tables, you know, in the data sets. Because if a woman is involved, one or two, they'll be able to actually say, oh, we were leaving out this, you know, we were leaving out this. If you are not able to get a woman from your team, let's say at your organization, have an advisory board, you know, from the community that you're working with, and involve one of them, a statistician, a researcher on the analysis team, so that you do not miss out on any intersectional identities that will be able to bring out these injustices, inequalities, and discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Here you go. All right, so we have a couple of minutes left before it's officially lunchtime. So I would like to open up. I do have some more questions, but I would love for the audience to also ask any questions that they have. And when you do ask a question, please let us know which panelist you are targeting. Yes, please. Can someone get the mic up there? A mic? Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we had a question on who collects data, and particularly my concern was, despite the fact that we already know men cannot be effective in collecting women, or rather female data, is it also applicable that women data should be collected by women who are feminists? Because I'm having an issue. In Kenya last year we had a statistic on the statistics produced by KDHS, and it showed FGM particularly had dropped from 38% in 1998 to 15% in 2022. But now the issue I had is that when you go to the ground, and I'm speaking particularly to one county in Kenya called Samburu, which is Essel, experiencing very high levels of FGM. So when we go there and we are having our own CSOs, FGDs with the women, you will notice that someone tells you, yes, there is no FGM, but what is currently being done is just a slight cutting of the clitoris. So it means that whenever you are collecting the data, the women are telling you there is no FGM. And so the data that is collected shows there is a drop. But when you interview the women themselves, they'll tell you, ni kidogo tu, in our dialect that means very little, so that is not really FGM. See, it's not the traditional one. In the local dialect, they call it Sunni. And so for someone who is not feminist, they will really record the data to indicate that there is reduction in the levels of FGM. Yet really what is happening is just romanticizing of the word to be, it's not FGM, it is Sunni, from what they call it in their local dialect. And I feel like if we have someone collecting using a feminist lens, they would have the intuition to really tell that that is still FGM, because it is FGM/C. Whether it is partial cutting or the entire cutting of the external genitalia, it is still FGM. And on number 2, the question on intersecting identities, is it possible that even the persons who are involved in collecting intersectional data are people from those groups? Because we have programs for women with disability, but then I'm going to collect data from someone with disability, and the challenge, one challenge that we face is that women with disability have not been involved largely in data collection, because you have people collecting data who don't know sign language. So there is no way that someone is going to tell you, I have been raped. And these are people who cannot even access the justice system. They cannot report in court because they don't have accessibility support or translation aids in the courts. So we miss out on a lot of data on GBV for intersecting groups, because we are not using people who are specialized in those issues to collect data on them. And the third one, what is the line between creating counter-narratives and speaking the truth? In the first session, in the morning, there was the fact on, which is true, I agree, the way we reflect Africa. We are using narratives that somehow continue or rather enhance our marginalization rather than empower us. And that is something I've been supporting till lately. Whenever we go to the ground, for instance, you notice that you will find those women and children who are in the ground, but in reality, they have flies on their nose. But then because we are trying not to advance or amplify that, we will take good photos because we don't want to remind them of seasons that were bitter in their life. We want to remind them of happy times. But do you think we are doing it justice, given that now we are limiting the number of interventions that can be done to these women by creating counter-narratives and giving a picture that is not there? Because now when I talk about Samburu, I will only talk about Maralal, which is the town. But then we have villages inside Maralal. I would want to mention one. There is a village called Lomorok, and there is another one on Kik. When we went there one time, and what happened was quite saddening, because women in that village are specifically digging pits, digging some hole on the ground, and they sit there when they're having their menstrual periods. So they'll sit, but that is something that we wouldn't want to show in public. In fact, we would tell the cameraman, don't take that photo. And the men there, because they are also not empowered to know anything about menses, you are giving pads, which is not sustainable, but you're giving it because it's on need basis. And when you give pads, a man would take it, one, and bite and ask you, why is this not chewable? So do you think, in as much as we are trying to create counter-narratives, these people think that is bread, they still don't know. So how effective is these counter-narratives on, we want to empower our women. We don't want Africa to always seem like it is the cradle of poverty, disease, wars, and all those apocalypse that you mentioned. So how useful will that be in the long run?
Okay. Bonita, can you answer the question on intersectionality? And Carol, if you can answer the question on narratives.
Thank you, Nima. Thank you for the question. So I noted 2 questions on intersectionality. So one, she said men cannot be effective in collecting intersectional data. I think it depends on what you're studying, you know. So men can also be effective in collecting intersectional data. But what are we talking about? You see, like what you raised, FGM. If a man is asking me about FGM, I will definitely not open up. If you want to probe, I won't open up. The woman won't open up. They won't say much, you know. So even the man who is interviewing will find difficulty in digging deep for that information. He will even feel shy. He will look at this woman and say, okay, so breathe in and out. And how do I ask this woman about the cutting? Do they cut deep, small? Then he starts figuring out, so you find he's also changing the question, and it means the data will be biased. Also, we will have social desirability in our data. I'm very sorry, it's a very technical term in research, but I don't know like someone wants to say what you want to hear, you know? And that's why you end up getting those results of, oh, it is very small, you know? Or it is very little, or it's not there. So it also comes into play. So we are saying that depending on the subject that you're studying, involve women to ask those questions, you know. You can also involve men, so it depends on really what you're studying, but men can also collect intersectional data effectively just like women. So depending on what you're studying, so involve men or involve women. But when the subject is very, very sensitive, you know, it has a lot of private information that you're picking from a woman, definitely she will not open up, you know. Yeah, she will tell you lies, she will be, and all sorts of things. I can give you an example. I took part in a study, it was about wanted to design sexual and reproductive health services for young people, and it was from 15 years up to 25. But I was among the interviewers because we're doing in-depth interviews, and we wanted to dig deep to understand. So when I started talking to a young man, I introduced myself, we started talking, he was really not opening up, and I was struggling, so I just took a break, we talked about other things, then we came back, I started over again. So I found that he was now opening up, so he opened up eventually, he told me so many things. So at the end of it all, he told me, I actually was not going to tell you anything because you are a woman. That was one. Then he said, also, because I could see you're much older than me. That's two. You see, the intersectionality is coming into play. But because you talked to me so well, like a mother, so I decided to open up to you. You see? So if I was very harsh, you wouldn't have given me any information. So it depends on what you're studying, but we are saying use the gender of the person that you're going to interview to collect that data. So the other one was about collecting data on intersectional identities. Should it be from people from the community? So I'll use an example of our, we had the Persons with Disabilities project, and we're looking at their use of ICTs and assistive devices. And on this project, we are very intentional to work with the umbrella organization in Uganda that works with persons with disabilities, because as policy, we didn't have any PWD on our team as employees, but also we wanted to understand more than that. So we worked with Nudipu in Uganda, but also we involved other organizations in the areas where we're doing the study that work with persons with disabilities. So we involved them right from the design of the project, you know. So they were guiding us and saying, oh, include this, because we didn't want to leave anyone behind from the project right from the beginning. So they were involved right from the beginning. During data collection, we worked with them. We had sign language interpreters. During dissemination, we worked with them. When we did awareness raising, we worked with them. You know, we had someone who was using a hearing aid. He was doing the awareness raising campaigns. He was doing training on how to use a hearing aid. Another person was also doing training on how to use a walking stick, yes. So we worked with persons with disabilities throughout the project. You involve them and you look at what they can be able to contribute, activities they can be able to do, and that way you'll be able to bring out all the injustices, the inequalities, and be able to really address them. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Okay, please go ahead, Carol.
All right, about the counter-narratives one. That's a tough one. However, I think what's your motive at the end of the day when we're telling these stories? Because I think sometimes what we've seen, what I categorize as poverty porn, and no offense to the non-African participants, but that's what we've seen. you see a Caucasian person coming and they get the child with the flies and they go and raise funds for, oh, Africa is dire and everything. However, for the woman, for example, in Samburu, there's much more to this woman rather than the struggles that she's going through. She may have aspirations, maybe she's taking, maybe she has a kitchen garden that is thriving, but we're so focused on the struggles or the challenges that she's facing that we don't bring that side out. And it's how you tell the story. So how do you bring out first, Nima, sorry to use you as an example, but maybe she lives in Samburu, and yes, she's going through the struggles of having to dig a hole through the menses, but what if we paint a picture of Nima, who's much more than her struggles, and then bring out, this is the issues that she's facing. And so even the pictures that we put out is not just Nima in a hole, of course that's offensive, but Nima attending to her children or educate, or maybe she's a community service volunteer or something. Much, much more. And that's, I think Africans, we're the only ones who can tell our stories in the best way possible. So instead of saying that, oh, we want to show reality, but at the same time, you don't want us to show the flies on the face, there's much more to these people. I think I've worked in communities sometimes, and I find there's so much more to the people rather than their challenges. And if we can highlight that in the midst of their challenges, I think that's more powerful, and that's how we're able to start looking for sustainable solutions, so that even when you present to your donors or to your decision makers, or even to the communities themselves, that they don't have this okay, I have to put it in a Kenyan way, kawoye attitude, serikali's idea, and that means like, oh, we need the government to help us. If you bring that out, they realize, wait, there's much, much more. Yes, we're facing this, and we need interventions in this area, but that story stands out. So I think as Africans, I don't know if some of us who use maybe Shutterstock or Unsplash or what, if you just type African woman, what do you get, a Black American woman or a Maasai woman? There's no us, unfortunately. And Africa is so diverse, but we don't bring that out. We have South Africans here. We don't see that much of it. And I'm even calling out maybe the younger photographers or the storytellers or the content creators. How are we going out of our way? I know we want to get paid, and that's awesome. But how are we even contributing to these sites with real images of people who live in Africa and the diversity that we have, instead of rather than just the Maasais, and that's why, unfortunately, to be honest, that's why they come to our country and think we are surrounded by lions, we travel with zebras, or I don't know, we hop on giraffes to come to work, or we don't know how to read, So I think it's how, in the midst of the challenges or the problems, how are you bringing out that this community is so much more, and this is why they need intervention?
Thank you so much. Okay, we're almost out of time. I'll take one, and guys, please let it be one. One question. Okay, we have two, but keep it to one question. We'll start with you. Yeah, you in the sweater, yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Eric. I come from Uganda. My question goes to the gentleman from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. So how do you use the available data, especially that is even collected by the government itself, like the Uganda Police Crimes Report, to inform policymakers like MPs? Is there any interaction that when they're making laws or when they're making policies, they use the available data that is even collected by government itself to make policies that are responsive to the data available? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get the second question as well. Yep.
I'm Ashley. My question is there any existing ethical, legal steps that impact the non-existing low-quality algorithms output and avoid gender discrimination or biasness in the existing system as we speak?
Who would you like that question to?
Whoever knows any existing one.
Did you all hear the question?
Should I come again?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Okay. So I'm asking if there is any ethical and legal evidence of the steps that are taken to eradicate low quality algorithms output in terms of database collection, through the steps that avoid gender discrimination and biasness. So are there any existing ones that are ethical and legally accepted? Am I making sense? You got it. Thank you.
Okay, we have an answer. Amos, please go ahead. These are the last questions, so yeah.
Yes. Incidentally, about a month ago, I was asked about how Africa utilizes data, and I was saying we have this syndrome of whenever we're mentioning a figure, we start with around, about. we always estimate. Okay. What's the population of Uganda? About 45 million. Yet when you meet an European, for example, Estonians, what's the population of Estonia? 1.3 million. And they even say the 0.3 is quite important because it's bigger than a million. Now, we basically do not have a data utilization culture. And that's a problem. One of the reasons that's why I said we need to automate our processes, most especially the administrative processes, which generate a lot of data, is exactly what he's asking about. When you look at the data, the crimes data, for example, most of these are, you go to a police station and find a very big book where someone asks you, what's your tribe, what's your name? Yeah, you're leaving a lot of snippets of data, but when are they going to leave that big book? So that they inform the policy. Brings us back to the issue of trust in the data we collect from people. Because we do not give them any value. Why? Because we do not actually utilize all of it. As I said, we consume data, but we don't utilize data. And it's a generic problem. That's why, as a ministry, we're trying to address this culture. One, as I said, through automation of systems, but also now trying to develop what we call a data governance strategy to be able to have, one, a framework where we can have interconnections between data. So for sustainability, I know you're going to ask me about sustainability, so let me just give you the answer later on. For sustainability, the reason as why we have all these algorithms that do not actually deliver what you expect is because you get a data set in its own isolation. Or for example, you get a data set from police, and it's all about crime, but you don't get data from maybe the socioeconomics within the community. So you cannot relate why there is more crime in this particular area. All you are reporting is that there's a lot of crime here. But you have not put a context about the social demographics within the community. So we need to think of how we actually share data across platforms. And this is a problem within government. We all work with silos. We like this word called mandate. And everyone doesn't want the other to cross into it. But it is the reason as why our policies don't usually. We have good policies, but the implementation, as she said, the policy is perfect. Implementation is the problem because we cannot even track how we actually implementing these policies because we don't utilize the data.
Thank you so much. And we have one last answer from Farhana, who is a guest on the panel.
So basically your question was around AI when it comes to an ethical consideration. And so this is a very, very new area. It's very, very new. People are starting to look at it. You do have certain call-outs when it comes to gender. So I gave 2 examples. But what it requires is somebody actually standing up and making a big fuss. So the 2 issues around Amazon and Apple being called out for their algorithms in terms of gender discrimination in high-income countries, you're now starting to see people looking at policies and passing laws. However, they're really done with a lot of ignorance. It's what Nima had talked about earlier, where people don't really understand the technology, and what they're trying to do is put policy in place without understanding the technology. Technology is a great enabler when used properly. It's a great enabler, but when used properly. I would say, you know, I got asked this question at the break. It's a very new area, and it's conversations like this that are going to get it going. And we also need to make sure we have the collection of data. There's some research being done, primarily in European universities, and I belong to a couple of those boards, so happy to share some of that. But it's very nascent, very, very new.
Thank you so much, Farhana. We're actually out of time now because it is lunchtime and we have to get to our afternoon workshops. But if any final words, please feel free.
Okay, on a final note, I just want to pick up where she stopped. I think the question from her, I mean, when she asked, it was just running, it was around my head, but I was glad she picked it up. But just to add to what she said, it was a good question she asked because it's not the kind of questions you ordinarily would get here. And there is a reason why. I think it goes back to the education we need to have ourselves in terms of how algorithms help us or make us think or give us the things we see. We all use apps. Most of us are on our phones today. We're probably using technologies, but there are deep within algorithms, there are deep systems in there that are making decisions, showing us things. Like when you Google, for example, there is an algorithm there that is showing you what you're saying. And so we need to think about education, especially from the gender point of view. How do we educate our people on the inner workings of these algorithms so that we can ask the right questions of these algorithms? Because before you can ask a question, you need to know how does it work, right? How is it making me see things? And it's not just, you may not have a deeper understanding, but preliminary understanding of how this is making you see these things, and then we can start asking the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for this amazing panel? All right, I will pass it back to the MC, and then I would love to take a photograph with the panel just before we go for lunch.
All right, we have come to the end of the panel discussion. Honest show of hands if you feel that the barriers around data have been broken. Honest. Keyword here is honest. Hands up. Feel the barriers have been broken around data. Really? No takers? Okay, some of you are shy, but it's okay. So we have, just as I've said, we've come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you so much for sitting through it, for being a good crowd and just being good sports about everything. What we'll move on next to is, actually before I get to that, remember the hashtags DFA23, DataFest Africa, DataFest Nairobi. Those are the hashtags you can use on social media. Before we move to going to lunch, which will be around 40 minutes because of time, we will come up here, just the panel will come back up and take the photos. And then from there, after lunch, we'll go to the breakaway sessions. If you're unsure of which session you're supposed to be in, you can feel free to ask Nima, Juliet, and any other organizer that you see around so that you're sure of that. And that is about it. Okay, I'm told we have one more announcement.
So we are uploading all the events photos on the DataFest website. It's datafest.africa.
Okay.
So in case anyone does not consent, they should just look for me.
Okay. Your name is? All right, and in the respect of data privacy and respecting all of your wishes when it comes to that, there have been different photos taken during this session, which will be uploaded on the DataFest website. However, if you would like not to appear on them, please see Bata. Bata is raising his hand right over there, so you can see him, or Benson, if you wish for your photo not to be uploaded. So that I think is in order. So that's about it. Thank you so much for having me as your MC. We will move to the lunchtime session now, and I thank you so much for attending once again. Have a great day. All the best. Sorry, just to call everyone's attention once again. If you're not sure of which breakaway session you belong to, you can just go to the registration desk, or you can choose. You can choose which breakaway session you want to go into, or if you want to be sure where you belong to, you can also ask at the registration desk. Thanks.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.